It was the fall of 1979. My grandfather passed away in the hospital the previous month. My grandmother wanted to rent me our mobile home in Green Acres, Florida, so she could move back permanently to her home in Cocoa Beach, Florida. I was living in a high-priced apartment complex in West Palm at the time, so this would be my chance to save some money and help my grandma at the same time. I cleaned, painted, and fixed. Everything was fine for the first 3 months. Then on a dark and stormy night, wouldn't you know it, I was home alone, watching TV in the living room. I heard a thud. I looked around behind me, towards the master bedroom, and much to my shock, saw a white, smoky figure, unmistakably my grandfather, walk past the bedroom doorway. Well, the first thing I felt was this warm rush of blood through my body, which is probably better defined as fright. I jumped out of the recliner and just kind of stood frozen in the middle of the living room floor, staring at the bedroom waiting for him to walk by again. He never did, at least not that night. 6 months later, after I had pretty much forgotten about the incident, it was the middle of the day, and I was at the kitchen sink washing dishes, listening to TV. Something came on the program I wanted to see, so I walked to the living room, watched a few minutes, then turned around to go back into the kitchen. Yes, you guessed it. There was the exact same ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. This time I was taken back but braver. Maybe because it was daylight? I ran back to the bedroom, but there was nothing. No ghost, no smoke, not even a sense of smell. Nothing. I told some family and friends of both incidents and got the usual, "Are you crazy? Yeah, right" kind of looks. 1981, 2 years later. My life is very different. My Cuban girlfriend's mother is living with us. She stays home all day cooking and cleaning. One night at dinner, she tells us about the ghostly figure she has been seeing walk past her bedroom doorway. She didn't want to say anything because she didn't want us to think she was crazy. Needless to say, I was in shock and wanted to know more. She couldn't tell me more. She only saw on numerous occasions a white ghostly figure walking past the master bedroom doorway. But what did it look like, I asked. She described my grandfather to a T. She had never met him. He usually wore a beige khaki work shirt and pants, a hat, and always chewing on an unlit cigar. I ran for my box of photographs, found one of my grandfather, and now she was in shock. "That's the ghost," she cried. "That's him." 1992, 11 years later. My grandparents' mobile home had been long sold. I lived in Okeechobee County, Florida for about 5 years, with a little plot of land and a lot of farm animals. I was driving up to the lake one day to go fishing. While I was sitting at the traffic light, I glanced over at the mobile home business in the corner. In the rear of the lot were the used mobile homes. Was that my grandparents' mobile home I could see way in the back? There was that warm rush of blood again. Called the creeps this time. I had to be sure, so I drove over to investigate. It was pretty much in shambles. No front door, broken windows, holes in the floor, completely falling apart. Is this really it? What was it doing in Okeechobee about 100 miles from Green Acres? I still had to be sure, so I went inside snooping around. No, I didn't see any ghosts, but I found the weathered plastic numbers from the top of the old mailbox of the Green Acres address on the floor of my old bedroom closet. I will never understand if the ghost was trying to communicate something, or why it chose to only show itself to my ex-girlfriend's mother and me. But more strangely, why did that old trailer seem to follow me all the way out to the country in Okeechobee? Oh yeah, I didn't take that souvenir I found in the bedroom closet. After I found those plastic numbers, I dropped them in a mad rush to get out of there. This happened to me in the summer of 1991, and it's all true. I was pregnant with my son, who is now 13. I have a daughter who is 15, who at the time was 2. My husband and I moved into a trailer house. I always felt uneasy there, but passed it off. This trailer was a 3-bedroom. The layout of the house was so: the front door, the living room. To the left of this, a bedroom. On the right side of the living room was the kitchen, then a hall. In the hall to your left was a bedroom, then the bathroom, and then straight ahead was the master bedroom. We never noticed anything unusual until my brother moved in with us. He slept in the bedroom next to the living room. This room always stayed ice cold. We know it wasn't the air conditioner because it had broken and the landlord couldn't fix it. If you've ever been in Texas during the summer, it is extremely hot. This room was always cold. Some other strange things that occurred there were the fact that my 2 dogs would never go down the hall. One day, I was cleaning and my daughter was in the first bedroom in the hall. She was in there playing and I heard her talking to someone and someone answered her back. I ran to her room and no one was there. I asked her who she was talking to and she said Tommy. I instantly felt a cold spot and something breathed down my neck. I went into premature labor. After I spent 3 days in the hospital, I went home only to go back into labor the moment I walked into the door. I finally told my mom what was going on, and she told me to ask what it wanted. I got back home after a few days and nothing happened. Then one day, my daughter fell asleep in my bed. I decided to watch some TV for a while. When I sat down on the couch, she started crying. When I got to my room, she was still asleep, but I could still hear the crying and it wasn't her. That night, I went into labor again. A week or so later, I was washing dishes when I sensed something behind me. I turned around, but seen nothing. I finally asked it what it wanted, and it growled at me. Needless to say, I grabbed my daughter and left. I never went back and never went into premature labor again. My mom thinks the spirit wanted the soul of my son. What do you think? Any ideas? Sorry this was so long. Thanks for your time. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I went over to my best friend's house at night. She was sitting outside on her front lawn, looking at the house directly across the street. I asked her what she was watching for as I sat next to her. She said that for the last couple of days, she noticed some strange people coming to the house, some wearing black robes. She liked the lady very much and visited her often, so she told me earlier in the day she had gone and knocked on the door to check on her. A stranger answered the door and then the woman's husband came to the door. He was very sharp with her and told her everything was okay and not to bother them anymore. After she finished telling me this, we sat in silence, contemplating the situation. All of a sudden, the camper owned by my friend's family, which was parked in the driveway to our right, began shaking violently. Our first thought was an earthquake. We lived in California. Quickly we noticed that nothing else was moving. As the camper continued to shake, we each ran around either side until we met on the other side. Nobody was moving it from the outside. Somebody must be inside, we thought. My friend ran into the house to get her father, yelling someone had broken into the camper. Just as she and her father had come around the corner, the shaking stopped. Her father unlocked the camper and bounded in. We stayed out of the way, ready to get help. After a couple of minutes, her father came out looking pissed off. Was this a joke, he asked. No one was in the camper. All the closets and drawers had been opened and everything was flung all over. We were practically in tears, trying to convince him that we hadn't done anything. I guess he believed us, because then he went in the house and yelled at her brother. About 6 or 7 years ago, my family lived along Tays Valley Road before the big industrial boom of Putnam County. Seems like it went from a farming community to a city right before my eyes. Well, anyway, we rented land off of a fellow by the name of Jim Umberger. On this land was an extravagant pre-Civil War, almost Victorian house. It was simply beautiful. Off to the side of this massive antique sat our trailer. Now, I was awfully young through all of this, and kids will have their fabled ghost stories. But there was something quite odd about this house. Something was downright sour. The story had it, and I know nothing of the truth in this. A family was brutally butchered in the house. Back then, there was a whole lot of nothing for miles around, so no one even found these folks for a good long time. As a youngster, I had the creeps about anything just about, but I've never been quite as frightened of a place as I was here. The place had an eerie air to it. To make things even more insane, my step-grandmother Evelyn died of brain cancer there, in our trailer of course. My other grandmother's entire cancer-eaten body seized up and shut down on her, yet she died officially in a hospital. Strange things went on at this trailer. Pockets of not cool but cold air in the middle of July, for example. Once in the winter, my mother was out on the town. My younger brother and I were watching some TV when there was a knock on the door. There, on the freshly fallen snow, was nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, absolutely nothing. Needless to say, I spent the rest of that night with my head buried under the covers. Speaking of doors, once I heard the doorbell ring. Seemed innocent enough, but we didn't have a doorbell. Pictures falling off the wall, creaky floors, and long sleepless nights were only minor nuisances we had to deal with every day. The most disturbing incidences, however, and the most annoying, were when the smoke detectors, located in various parts of the trailer, would take turns going off one at a time. After that, they'd go off simultaneously, quite a ruckus. For a long time, I thought I was the only one who felt a presence. Then one night, my mother went completely irate, screaming, "Show yourself, Evelyn. I'm tired of these frickin' games. Show yourself." We never saw anything. Things continued as they were until we moved. Mr. Umberger sold the land to someone, and it became Southbrook, a ritzy subdivision with $500,000 houses that wouldn't hear of her humble trailer deprecating their property. However, I believe they'll get theirs. Although they tear the house down for the project, there is a well and a system of underground streams and springs, which probably render the whole operation illegal. The thing about the springs and wells may not sound important, but in my own personal research, I found negative forces and spirits can channel themselves through waterways. I'd like to see how Southbrook lights its new neighbors. I believe I have some pictures of that house somewhere in the mess that is my apartment. Thanks for reading. This is a true story that happened to me, my friend, my boyfriend, his brother, and my brother about a year ago. About a year ago, my friend Courtney, my boyfriend Josh, his little brother Brian, my little brother Jared, and I were staying down at our trailer in Saginaw. It was about 3 in the morning, and Jared and Brian were already asleep. In our trailer there was a downstairs, the living room, and an upstairs, the kitchen, 3 bedrooms, dining room. And when you walk out the front door, you are in a carport, looking out into a blank field. Well, another friend of mine had lived in the house before me and said that there was an old lady that walked down the hall at night. Me, Josh, and Courtney were downstairs watching TV when we heard some noise come from the bedroom Brian and Jared were sleeping in. So we ran in and checked on them. There was nothing there, so we sat back down on the couch and started watching TV again. About 15 minutes later, we heard what sounded like someone knocking on the door. So I went and looked through the peephole, but when I didn't see anything, I walked outside and looked out into the field. I listened really closely and heard what sounded like a knife being sharpened. I ran in the house and deadbolted the door. Then it sounded like someone was trying to get into the back door, which was boarded up. I started getting this really scared feeling in the pit of my stomach. I was sitting on the couch. Josh had his arm around me, and the front door flew open. I jumped up and ran into the bedroom that Jared and Brian were in. Josh and Courtney soon followed. They came in, and we locked the bedroom door. We sat there for about 15 minutes and heard somebody walk in, up the steps, and stop at the door. At this point, we were really freaking out. Suddenly, I then heard my stepmom's voice on the outside of the door say, "What are you doing in there?" We told her the whole story, and she just laughed and blamed it on the wind. Thanks for reading. It all started when my Aunt Crystal moved into a little trailer that belongs to my grandmother. Now I live there, going on 3 years. There were 3 occasions when these ghosts were encountered. We're still not sure if it was the same ghost. They both happened at night, in the same room. Well, on with the stories. The first person to see the ghost was my aunt, Crystal. She would always stay up late and wait for her husband Tony to come home from his night shift. This is how she says it happened. She was in the back room of the trailer, built on, cleaning up. This room was used as a playroom for my 3 little cousins. So she is back there cleaning when she starts to feel a cold chill or a draft, which is normal because the trailer isn't but about 50 feet in front of a creek. So the place stays chilling in the winter and humid in the summer. So she got up and changed into a sweatshirt. When she re-entered the room to resume on cleaning, she felt an eerie presence in the room, like someone was looking over her shoulder. She finally decided to turn and look, and that's when she saw it, a small figure over by the closet, just staring at her and seemed to be smiling. One of those evil, wretched smiles. She jumped up screaming for the ghost, or whatever it was, to leave now. My aunt never saw the ghost again. She said after she yelled for it to leave, the strange feeling went away, and when she went back into the room, she noticed it had warmed up. On another occasion, it was my Uncle Denny, my aunt's brother. He needed a place to stay for a while, so she gave him that same back room. Well, I'm not going to go into detail about the room and just tell you what happened to him. All I know is he underwent a series of different events all in one night. He was in the bed not quite asleep, but kinda dozing off, one night in late October. The first thing that happened to him is that he felt a gentle tug on the covers. He was still kind of out, but it was enough to wake him up a little. He ignored it and pulled the covers over his head. Then he says about half hour later, he heard a small click and the stereo that he had set up beside his bed had come on. He loves to listen to Tupac a lot, so that is what was playing. He had been listening to it earlier, so that it was really loud, and there were other people trying to sleep, so he reached over and turned it down. Now, he was starting to get a little scared. He sat up and studied his room. Nothing. But, despite the fact that he couldn't see anything in the room, he thought that didn't mean that there was nothing there. So he got up and opened his door. Now keep in mind, this is something that he never actually does, no matter what. He didn't leave the room, but he did get pretty spooked about it. When Crystal woke the next day, she asked him, why'd he left the door open? He said so whatever was in there with him could leave if it wanted to. He swears to this day that after he opened the door, nothing else happened. The third and final story is about my encounter with the bedroom ghost. After my aunt moved out of the trailer, my sister, mother, and stepdad moved in. Guess where my room was? Yep, the back room. Well, this is what happened. I love to read, and I love to read by lamplight at night in my room with the door closed tight. After about 2 months living in that trailer, I still hadn't seen anything. Just when I was starting to believe that my aunt and uncle were just trying to scare me with those stories, I finally had my little experience with the bedroom ghost. Anyways, I was laying in my bed and reading one of my mystery books one night in December, I think, when I felt a little bit of pressure on my bed, kind of like someone was sitting down at the foot of it. I figured my cat Tabby had been hiding under the bed and had jumped up on top of it or something, so I just kept on reading. Then about 15 minutes later it happened again, only this time it was like someone had flopped down on my bed, which is too much for my little cat to have done, so I sat up in surprise. No one was there. I sat there and just stared, waiting for another flop or something to hit my bed, and it didn't come. I figured at this point it was just my imagination. Then, just when I'd settled down and began to read again, it happened again, more like someone jumping on my bed. I was sure it hadn't been my imagination that time, so I jumped up and ran out of the room. I didn't come back into the room that night. I just bunked on the couch. Well, there you have it. 3 stories that I swear are true. Thank you for reading this, and have a good one. I want to say that I've been brought up with stories of ghosts and haunted houses. I live in the South, Louisiana to be exact, and tales of the supernatural are nothing new to this area. I have many stories I can share, but the better ones all include my grandma's house. The house is located in a small town called Swords, and my mom would tell me stories of when she was a kid growing up with a ghost that lived there in the house with her and her siblings. The ghost does not have a name. She's only known as the White Lady, since she wears a white dress. My mom told me stories of seeing this White Lady many times as a child, but she never was scared of the White Lady. She told me she felt as if the ghost was watching over her and her sisters, and that they never felt threatened. She told me she would see the ghost at night, walking in the hallway or on the staircase. Other times she just felt the presence of the ghost. She would be in her room after school doing homework, and she knew someone was in the room watching her. When I was a kid, going to Grandma's was always something special because I would look for this ghost. I remember very well the first time I saw the White Lady. I was 14, and my friend Chad was with me and my grandma's. We had just gotten home from school, and I had the key to grandma's because that's where I went after school until my mom picked me up when she got off work. Grandma was not there, so Chad and I made ourselves at home. He knew of the stories about the house and was very skeptical. We made some snacks and went into the den to sit and watch TV. The staircase is in full view from the den, and as we watched TV, I felt a presence. Chad felt it too. He claimed it got really cold. I thought it was a draft, so we went into the hallway and checked to see if any windows were open. As we were going to the living room, my eye caught something. I stopped and grabbed Chad's arm. There, at the bottom of the staircase, was a figure of a woman. At that moment, she looked at us, and that cold chill went right through me. She proceeded to go up the stairs. I watched her details. Her hand was on the banister, but you could see right through it. She was transparent all the way through her figure, and she looked up as she walked, as if looking for something. Chad and I were literally paralyzed. We watched her, not knowing what was going to happen. For a second there, the figure paused, glanced back at us, and then continued walking up, but she never made it to the top. She vanished on the fourth step just before the landing. When she disappeared, Chad ran up the steps. I guess he wanted to catch her? Idiot. He said the spot where she disappeared was so cold. At that point, I wanted to get out of the house. We both grabbed our book bags and ran outside and stayed out on the front porch until my mom came. We told her what happened, and she told us not to be scared. This being our first time seeing the spirit, hell yeah, we were scared. But Mom came in the house with us, and we felt better with her there. The second time I saw the white lady was Thanksgiving, 1997. I had not been to Grandma's much before then. Things at my house got complicated, and I had to take care of things, so there was not much time left for visits. But then, Thanksgiving did roll around, and all of my family came to Grandma's. My mom has 10 siblings, so it was quite the event. Grandma has a huge dining room table that seats 24 in the main room of her house. We were all sitting down at dinner, having a good time. I was between my Uncle Kevin and my cousin Joseph. We call him Shags. People were coming and going through the doors that led to the kitchen, and clean out of nowhere, I looked up and I saw a lady, wearing white, come in from the door on the right, and walk from there to the left side of the room, then disappear into the wall. I jumped up. I was startled. She had passed right by everyone and right through my Uncle Patrick, who was standing by the wine cart. He didn't even flinch. I looked over to my mom. She saw her too, but she put her finger on her mouth, mentioning me to keep quiet. I didn't say anything, but Shags was nudging me under the table. I turned to him, and he whispered to me, "Did you see that?" I told him yes. After dinner, I was helping Grandma with the dishes, and I told her what I saw. She saw her too, but she said it did not surprise her at all. The white lady likes to show up when there are a lot of people at the dinner table. All she does is walk from one side of the room to the other, then disappear into the wall. But not everyone sees her. That's what I find odd. I told her how she just walked through Pat, and he didn't notice anything. Weird. A number of days later, I found out that only 4 other people saw her that day in the dining room. My Aunt Jen, my cousin Brad, his girlfriend Ashley, and my aunt's husband Mark. Grandma told me that they phoned her and told her about the white lady. I haven't seen the white lady since that Thanksgiving day. Grandma says she's still around. She had company over this past September. Some friends had come from Florida and stayed the night there. They witnessed a white lady on the staircase disappearing, but something else occurred. Grandma and others are now hearing footsteps and laughter in the upstairs bedroom that is used as a drawing room. I'll have to do some investigating on that one. Thanks for reading. When I was about 13, my father was a professor at a college in California. The campus was built during the 1600s and was originally a Catholic boys' home. There are catacombs where the boys would hide when people came to persecute them. The story goes that one particular night, a well-known Christian hater came to kill the boys. They all went down into the tunnels. One 8-year-old boy got lost and was so scared he hung himself. His body was never recovered. Anyway, back to my personal story. We lived on campus, and my father was also on night guard. He had a tendency to get preoccupied with different things, and he often didn't get home until an hour after his shift was over. On one particular night he was later than usual. My mother sent me to go check on where he was. The other guards said he was still on the rounds, so I rode my bike around looking for him. I saw a light on in the library, so I parked my bike and went in. The staircase to the aforementioned tunnels, or catacombs, is in the back of the library, off to the left, and there's a cemetery under the staircase. I looked all through the library, and suddenly, the light turned off. A little boy, about 8 years old, came running through the door of the staircase, right where another certain 8-year-old's body was rumored to be. Needless to say, I hauled out of there, and I have not gone back in the library since. The first thing I must explain is that I lived in a place where there was a horrible fire in the late 1800s. Across from my house was a cemetery where all of the 800 people that perished in that fire were buried. My best friend had come over, and we were wanting to be alone, so we scampered up to our room. Shortly after that, we began to hear strange noises, like footsteps running up and down our spiral staircase. We yelled to my sister to stop bothering us, but she was nowhere in sight. We closed the door and backed up our trunks against it. While we sat there, a patterned knocking sound began on the wall. An eerie feeling came over us, and we no longer felt safe there. We rushed out of the door, and the room was filled with blue smoke. I never ventured up there alone again. It's strange that everything weird that ever happened in my bedroom, because there was another night I remember vividly. The night I saw a figure dressed in a red and blue checkered smock standing there. She smiled and waved, but then, when I went to touch her, she disappeared. Thank you for letting me share my experience. My friend would love you for it. It's important to be able to share these experiences. I don't think their ghosts were unfriendly, but they sure scared the living daylights out of me. Thanks for reading. This is a story that my mom told me about when my grandma worked as a maid for a rich family in England. The house she worked in was haunted, and some really weird things happened there. The most interesting was whenever someone cooked bread in the oven, it would come out smeared with blood. So after that happened several times, they blocked off the kitchen with a wall. Another neat thing happening occurred there when my grandma woke up in the middle of the night and heard the table being set, but then she found out that no one was up and it was the middle of the night. To make things even more creepier, whenever she was cleaning the third floor and she knew that no one was up there with her, she got the strangest feeling she wasn't alone. One night, a thunderstorm was so loud it woke her up, yet her room was the only one that had the thunder that could be heard. Another night she woke up and her bed was rocking. In the morning, she asked the people who owned the house about it, and they said that her room was once the room of a young boy who became very sick, and every night his mother would rock him to sleep. Interesting story, and thank you for reading. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was about 15. For the last month or so, when we talked on the telephone, my friend had been telling me that during the middle of the night, when he was in bed, he could hear rocks bouncing off the roof, and this would go on for hours every single night. His parents also heard this and would go outside during the middle in the dark night to find nothing. Needless to say, it kept happening night after night. As time went by, the events got worse. Mr. Knock Knock, as they called him, started knocking on the door in the middle of the night and also during the day, which of course, when they would go to look, nobody was there. At this point, I didn't know if I believed him or not. One time, when I was talking to him on the telephone, I heard a really big boom, and he told me, "Oh my God, Mr. Knock Knock just knocked the door open." Of course, he went and looked, but as always, nobody was there. This got me excited. I said to him I want to stay over and hear Mr. Knock Knock. Now, I don't know if it was that night, but I did stay over. It was late in the afternoon, and we were in the kitchen, and I made the remark that I wanted to hear Mr. Knock Knock. Right after I said that, boom on the door. We went outside and found nothing. Finally, they had the police install cameras around the whole house, mostly in the trees, but they never recorded anything. They say that a man many years before hung himself in the shed. The same events went on for a period of time, then they just stopped. I think it was the man who hung himself many years ago. I know it was some spirit, but what it wanted, I don't know. I hope you all enjoyed the story though. Thanks for reading. The following incident is significant because it put me on the path where I am today, and it will be important to know when I submit my other stories. On Saturday, Halloween Day, 1992, my friend Debbie and I decided to go to a neighborhood park in St. Louis, bordering on South Grand and Arsenal, for those who hail from there. We'd stop at our favorite donut shop, then went to a little lake we knew of to sit and gossip. There happened to be a wedding photo group there at the same time, so we sat on a bench nearby and critiqued the dresses, etc. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, and Debbie and I chatted for about 15 minutes before she got an odd look on her face and whispered to me, "What is this? A rumble?" I cautiously glanced around and saw several youths drawing up to the lake on various sides. Debbie said, "I think it's time we leave. Walk slowly and don't look back at them." We got up and began walking to my car. Some 300 yards off, we got about halfway there when we heard a pop, pop, pop. Being a city girl, it didn't register in my brain what it was at the moment. It sounded like firecrackers. Needless to say, that's not what it was. "Get down," she screamed. Before I could react, Debbie had thrown me down on the ground as she was going down herself. I know we were both praying as this occurred. Suddenly, the shooting got louder, and we both realized that there was a gunman firing about 3 feet behind me, over our heads. The way we were lying on the ground, Debbie could see behind me, and I could see behind her. She told me not to look, so I just kept my head down. We heard clicking and cursing. The guy's gun jammed. He ran off. As suddenly as it began, it was over, and all the gang members were running their separate ways. Badly shaken but not hurt, we took off running to my car, jumping in and flooring it to our house a few blocks away. When we were safely inside and slightly more calm than we had been, Debbie said, "I just can't believe it. I can't believe it. I was warned about this and I didn't listen." I asked what she meant. She said her father appeared to her in a dream the night before. I don't remember the details exactly, but it was in the kitchen with the back door open. In the dream, he was warning her about some danger and wanted her to be careful. Debbie's father died when she was a teenager. At the time of the occurrence, she was in her late 20s. A weird, though not really scary closure. At the time of this occurrence, Debbie and I worked together at a local newspaper, and our office was based in the basement of City Hall, sharing a room with the office attached to a recorder of deeds. 4 ladies worked for the city there, and we knew them pretty well. On Monday morning, one of them described how her daughter had come to her on a previous Saturday afternoon and told her of the horrific shootout that occurred at her friend's wedding party in the park near the lake. No one was hurt, but the limo took 2 slugs in the door and fender. Prior to the shooting, both Deb and I would have long discussions about the afterlife, ghosts, and etc. And we are both believers in the power of the mind and spirit. But this experience set me on a path of dealing with spirits that I still encounter today. These will be submitted for your approval at a later date. Back in 1986, when my daughter was 3 years old, she was playing in her bedroom and I was watching all my children on television, when all of a sudden, she came out of her room asking me to tell the man to leave her alone. Startled because she and I were the only ones in the house at the time, I said, "What man?" She said, "The man in my room. He keeps talking to me." So I got up and went into the room and looked for this man. In fact, I decided to look all over the house for this man and could not even find him. I then made sure all the doors and windows were locked, and I told my daughter that there is no man in the house, so she went back to playing. About 10 minutes later, she came back into the living room and announced, "Tell the man to leave me alone." This time I freaked out and told her, "Dana, there's no man in the house. I looked everywhere for him. I do not see anyone here." And she replied to me, "He's right here." I asked, "Where?" And she pointed to the hallway, and she acted like she was holding someone's hand. I asked, "What are you doing?" She replied, "He just wants to say hi to you." Incredulous and open-mouthed, I asked, "Me?" What happened next sent chills down my spine. My 3-year-old daughter walked with this man to the wall as if she was still holding his hand. I asked her, "What did this man want from you?" She said, "He says he loves you." I asked her for the man's name, and she simply replied, "Monk." Almost in shock, I got out, "What did you say?" She looked up at this man and said, as if to the air, "What did you say your name was?" And then she once again looked back at me and said, "Monk." I asked her several times if the man's name was Monk, and every time she said yes. But then I was freaking out, because my grandfather's nickname was Monk. Still not believing, I told her this isn't funny, and she said, "He just wanted me to tell you he loves you, and he wanted to say hi." I asked her to describe him, and then he described my grandfather to a T. You see, my grandfather died in 1969 in Illinois when I was 4 years old. It was so long ago, there is no way my 3-year-old could possibly have known this. He couldn't have even seen what he looked like because he did not have any pictures of him until 1991. That was the only time my child had an encounter. But what encounter it was. And I'm left to scratch my head thinking if it was actually my grandpa or not. I'd like to think it was, but at the time, it was so terrifying not knowing who this person was at the moment. Wasn't it a intruder? Was it someone else? But no, it was my grandfather, checking in on me to see if I was okay. What a man he was. A former associate and friend told me this once. Her parents once lived in Leemaster, a little hollow in Buchanan County. While they lived there, they could hear a baby crying outside. When they went out on the porch, it would stop, but as soon as they went back in, it would start again. This went on for a long time, until one day, a bunch of young boys were digging in the dirt, playing with their trucks and such, when they happened upon an old buried jar. After further inspection by the children and my friend's father, they found it contained the remains of a baby submerged in alcohol to keep it in good condition. Turns out, a young girl had once lived in the area and had a miscarriage. Instead of having a proper funeral, she put it in the alcohol and buried it afterwards. After the discovery by the children, the crying stopped, the baby found peace, and all was quiet again. Thanks for the short read. This is a strange event that I experienced when I was very young, around the age of 3.5 years old. I'm 24 now, but ever since this occurred, it has burnt deep in my mind, and I can still go back and remember vivid details of what had happened. It began as a dream, and I remember it was my dad, older brother, and myself waiting at the local bus stop for the 9 bus to arrive, an actual location. Behind the bus stop was an abandoned building that for some reason had my attention while we waited. So I wandered off to get a closer look, and the whole front of the building was boarded with the exception of the entrance doors, which were missing the glass frame, making it easily accessible for anyone to enter. So I advanced further, entering the building and was standing on shards of crushed glass, and as I looked to my left, there was a register booth with a glass display underneath, which also was smashed with popcorn spilled all throughout the display case and the floor below. I also remember a red carpet that was torn throughout the lobby. At this point, I realized that apparently I was in a movie theater, and I was excited because I remember as a child, I loved going to the movie theaters to see the action flicks, and this is probably what drove me further into the theater. Behind me, I could hear my dad calling out for me, warning me that if I didn't listen to him and get back to the bus stop, that he and my brother would leave me. I was stubborn and ignored my dad, and continued to walk further inside the theater, and entered the auditorium where the lights were off and the projectile screen was brightly lit with nothing playing. There were also a few seats accompanied by guests. They had an eerie stillness to them. As I advanced down the aisle, I began to make out the features of the individuals that were seated, and their flesh seemed severely burnt, and they were all dead. The chairs were also in bad shape, but now I was scared and didn't know what to do. Then I noticed from down the aisle, one of the emergency exit doors swung open, and something made its way through. It strolled at a fast pace towards the middle of the aisle, and began to come directly towards me. To describe what it was, I only remember it being not much taller than I was, and it had arms that were so long that they dragged along the ground as it walked. I started to run back to the bus stop, where I was hoping my dad was still waiting for me, as this creature continued its pursuit of me. To my horror, the bus stop was completely empty, and there was no one there to help me. I then turned and ran around the building, till I was tackled down by this thing. I screamed, then I woke up. Now, I know for sure that I'd been conscious when I saw my closet door open slowly, and out came the same creature from the dream I had. As frightened that I was, I did my best to keep focused on it. I remember looking over to where my brother was sleeping, but he was completely sleeping, and I was just terrified. It continued to approach me, and I noticed it was dragging along a toy fire truck I had at the time. As it got to my bedside, it extended its arm and appeared to be handing me over a truck, but that's when I screamed for my parents who were sleeping in the next room. I covered my blanket over my face and screamed for the life of me when finally, the door to my room flew open, and my mom and dad entered the room, turning on the light. My parents were very concerned about me at that point, and I remember just crying in relief from their comfort. The creature was no longer in the room, and my dad checked the closet to find nothing there. I slept the rest of the night with my parents and worrying about my older brother the whole night. All I remember after that was I never wanted to sleep in that same room again, and in fact, sometime later, our rooms were switched over. Now that I think back, there's a lot of things I wonder about that experience. Like, what was the meaning of the whole movie burnt theater and the creature trying to give me the fire truck toy when I woke? Was there some kind of connection to the fire, creature, and myself? Was it some kind of warning? I don't know, but every time I think back, I only wish that this had occurred later in my life, as I would know a little more on how to react to such a situation. This is a true experience, and I've long come to terms that it could have been anything from it being all just a dream, or possibly something much more unexplained. Recently, I brought up the topic to my mom, which I do every now and then, if she remembers that night, and she still recalls it faintly. She then told me something that she experienced during the time when our rooms were changed around. She claimed that during the time she and Dad had separated, she was laying in bed one night and woke to someone or something crawling from the foot of her bed behind her as she was facing the opposite direction. She described that it felt like a person going to lay down beside her, but then she felt the arms wrap around her upper body, and she said she closed her eyes because she somehow knew if she looked back, she would not see something pleasant, so she kept her eyes shut. The next thing she remembers is it was morning, and she had all the bed to herself. My mom is very credible, and I know she would not make up such a thing, especially with my awareness that something was not right about the room we had in our old apartment. Thanks for reading. A good few years back now, me and two mates were traveling home from the city center of Birmingham to Woolly Castle, on the 21 bus. The bus must have been early as it pulled up outside the school on Harbor Road. It was there about 5 or 6 minutes when we heard someone shout, "Look, look!" As we looked out the window, we could see this figure of what looked to be a man, dressed in a black robe with a hood and a tie around his waist. It had no face, hands, or feet, and floated through the railings opposite the school from the small grassland. It then proceeded to float across the road and headed in the direction of the bus, but by this time was about 18 feet away. It really scared me as it resembled what I saw on the TV, like the Grim Reaper but without the scythe. As it floated, it made slight sways from side to side, like we do when we walk, but as I said, without the feet. It did look evil, although looking back now, the clothes slightly resembled a monk's. I was scared stiff for months after that, as I thought it may resemble death or something. I'm happy to say that me and my friends are still alive, although we all had some pretty bad luck for years after. That may just be coincidental though. I'm not sure if the bus driver saw it as well, but we know what we saw is there was about another near dozen people upstairs with us. Most of them stood up or was in total awe looking out of the window. Thanks for reading. This morning at 5 a.m., I boarded the same bus I always take to work. As I looked out the window, I caught the reflection of a woman smiling. I turned to look across the aisle where I thought the woman was sitting, but there was nobody there. I looked back at the window and there she was, still smiling. As I surveyed the bus for the second time, I realized there were only 3 other people on the bus with me, and none of them was this woman smiling at me. When I turned back to the window, she was gone. I was paralyzed for a few seconds and my body trembled with goosebumps. I took off my headphones and sat there, occasionally looking around for the woman, but I never saw her again. I'm neither a religious or spiritual person, and never believed in ghosts until now. I don't know why this woman wanted me to see her. Maybe I reminded her of someone she used to know. I'm not sure, but thanks for reading. One time when I was 9 years old, I visited the Aroma Southern Pacific Depot, which was built in 1931 and was in use until the 1930s. The old train station stands derelict today. Strange events happen there. You can see lights in there late at night. If you take a compass in there, the needle points away from north. If you take pictures in there are bright spots on pictures. I went in there once late at night. I was shining the flashlight around the room when the light fell on someone else who was in there. It was a girl my age, about 9 years old. She was totally nude. She had a Victorian hairstyle. I was so surprised I dropped the flashlight. When I picked it up again, she was gone. Later, my mother told me that she had once seen the same girl in an orchard when she was a little girl. As it turned out, other people had seen this girl as well, about 9 years old, always in the nude, over an area of several square miles. She usually appeared near large concentrations of walnuts, such as a walnut orchard, a warehouse full of walnuts, or even the walnut section of a grocery. The story goes like this. In the 19th century, several young girls were skinny dipping in a canal. All of a sudden, boys showed up. Most of the girls tried to hide themselves by running into a nearby walnut orchard. One girl tried to hide by ducking under the water and staying under until the boys had left. Unfortunately, she was the one who drowned. If she hadn't went to the walnut orchard, she would have lived. She now tries to be near large quantities of walnuts in order to make up for her mistake, although it's too little too late. She almost always appears to females because she doesn't want males to see her in the nude. She's particularly attracted to girls her own age, which would explain the incidents of me and my mother. Perhaps she was able to appear in this train station because it's a physically active region. Thanks for reading. About 9 years ago, me and a mate used to go to this caravan site a couple of miles up the coast from where I used to live. During the summer, we used to drink in the site's pub called the Mermaid.
booze on the beach, and chat up the holidaymakers' daughters, etc. One year, a couple of months after the summer crowds had left, we'd gone to the bonfire that they have there to watch the fireworks and generally just join in with festivities. We ended up staying late, just wandering about the site before finally ringing a taxi and waiting for it outside the Mermaid, inside the doorway of a rundown toilet block near the edge of the cliff. It was quiet, but there were still a few people about. Anyway, after a couple of minutes of us standing there, I'd see something at the edge of the cliff, in a shallow ditch around 30 yards away. It looked like the startings of a fire, and I mentioned it to my mate. I remember saying, "What the hell is that?" And I think his response was something along the lines of, "I don't even want to think about what that might be." We carried on watching and the fire grew, until finally, something blue became apparent in its center. I couldn't tell what it was at first, but it quickly materialized. It, or rather he, was a man in a blue boiler suit with shoulder straps, wearing a tan cowboy hat and an orange shirt, and he was digging hard into the ditch. As he dug, he got lower, until around the point only his torso was visible. The image seemed to evaporate, the fire closely following suit. Me and my mate didn't speak during the sighting, and I don't think we spoke much on the subject on the ride home, but whenever I talked to him about it afterwards, he'd always make a joke or fobbed it off. I reckon some people just don't believe in ghosts. As it is, I haven't seen this mate for years, and that experience is the only thing I really remember regarding him. That caravan site, Tunstall, near the city of Hull, England, and that, what I can only describe as a spirit. Some woman who I told about it in a nightclub years later said maybe it meant something. I can't think what, but sometimes I think maybe she had a point. Thanks for reading. Hi, my name is Leanne, and I live in Australia. I have 6 children, and this story is about my eldest child, Amy, who is 12 now. I've experienced a lot in my life, ranging from getting a freezing feeling on my head whenever a spirit is near me, to seeing my relatives, one alive at the time, to being touched and feeling all 4 fingers, thumb, and palm. This experience, however, is the freakiest one I've had to date. My daughter Amy was 2 years old. I'd been shopping at my local shopping center, and they had a creche there to mind your children while you shopped. I did some shopping, and then went across to the pub across the road from the shopping center, thinking that the creche would be open for at least another couple of hours. I started playing the poker machines, and about 20 minutes after I started playing, I heard this voice in my head saying, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I dismissed this completely. About 10 minutes later, I heard the voice again, a little more insistent this time. "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office now?" I continued playing, but felt a bit weird that I was hearing this voice, but still, I dismissed it. Then, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" I just froze. I was hearing all of this in my head, and I couldn't figure out what on earth was happening to me. I had to decide at that moment whether to change some more money to coin to put in the machines or to go. I decided that I should go. I went across the road to the shopping center, and I got very scared. I virtually ran into the car park, and as the sliding doors opened, I heard, "Would the mother of the little girl with red hair who is 2 and whose name is Amy please come to the center management office immediately?" Now, take a breath. I was absolutely staggered. I just froze. I couldn't believe what I was actually hearing. I started to cry. I looked around everywhere, but I didn't know where the center management office was. A security guard noticed me crying and asked me if I was the mother they were looking for. I said yes, and he took me to the center management office. There I found my daughter Amy, who was crying, and 2 police officers. It turned out that the creche had only been open for another half an hour after I had put my daughter in. There was a sign outside apparently, but I had not seen it. The police officers told me that if I'd been a half hour late, they would have charged me with abandonment. Can you believe that? I tearfully grabbed my daughter and cried the entire taxi ride home. I almost lost custody of my child because I didn't listen to that voice. I don't care if it was God, or the spirits of my ancestors, or my guardian angel, but someone, something, changed my life forever that day. My daughter is truly a wonderful human being, and somehow I think that day we shared a psychic connection that still freaks me out. Thanks for reading my story, and feel free to contact me if you would like more stories or details. This story is completely 100% true. My two brothers each have a home, located 2 in a row, right next to each other along US Highway 136 on the east edge of Hamilton, Illinois. Hamilton is a small town on the mighty Mississippi, located where Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois meet, tri-state area. Hamilton is around 30 miles upriver from Hannibal, Missouri, the famous boyhood home of American writer Mark Twain and his legendary tales of Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda reside in a split-level home, which was built roughly 30 years ago and is next door to my parents' house, which is located a few hundred yards away. The accident occurred in the summer of 2003. It was a very hot, dry summer that year, and in the middle of July, the temperature would stay in the 90s and would go over 100 degrees for several days in a row. It was on one of those sweltering hot July days when it happened. My brother Bill and his wife Rhonda run a small county newspaper, Hancock County Shopper in Hamilton. Our homes are located about a mile up from the highway from the newspaper office. It was Friday afternoon around 5 p.m., and Rhonda was driving home from work. On her way home, there were 2 cars traveling behind her on the highway, making a total of 3 cars traveling at close proximity to one another. As Rhonda approached the driveway to their home, she put on her turn signal and slowed down to pull in the drive. Apparently, the third car in the sequence did not realize she was slowing down to turn, and that car slammed right into the back of the second vehicle, which was behind Rhonda's car. When the third car made impact with the second car, it shoved that car into the opposite lane, and the second car was hit again, this time head-on, by an oncoming tractor trailer. The direct impact of the semi-truck smashed the car up into Bill and Rhonda's front yard, less than 25 yards from their front door. Rhonda's car was luckily not hit, and she pulled into the driveway and immediately went in the house and called 911. She then called Bill, expressing feelings of extreme guilt that she was somehow to blame. Bill raced home immediately. When Bill arrived at the accident scene, which was in his front yard, he ran straight for the car to see if he could be assistance to the trapped passengers inside. Bill found all 4 people in the devastated car deceased. He said the frozen looks on their gruesome dead faces were full of horror, with their eyes still bulging wide open. Fortunately though, nobody was injured in the other car or the semi that was involved in the accident. A few minutes later, police and many emergency vehicles arrived and secured the scene. After a few minutes of investigation, the Illinois State Police approached Bill and informed him that the 2 cars involved in the accident that were behind Rhonda were all members of the same family. It was one family, Mormons from Chicagoland visiting Illinois, traveling together in 2 cars. The parents and grandparents were traveling in the car, in which all 4 were killed. The other car, which no one was injured, contained the children of the family. The state police asked Bill if he would have the children of the family come into his air-conditioned home, out of the blistering heat, and wait inside Bill and Rhonda's home. Thereby, the children would not witness the morbid task of excavating the dead bodies of their parents and grandparents out of the mangled car in the front yard. Bill readily agreed and took the 3 children into his finished basement, away from the front windows. The children, age 18, 12, and 9, were obviously very upset in a state of shock. They were crying, yelling, and moaning. Rhonda tried her best to calm and console them. Bill and Rhonda have a full bath in their basement, and all the children were sick, vomiting, and bad diarrhea. A couple hours later, when it was all over, after the accident scene had been cleared, the police came to Bill and Rhonda's front door and got the children. After they had left, Bill and Rhonda cleaned up the bathroom, which had vomit all over the walls with diarrhea on the floor and running down the sides of the stool. A day or so later, Bill and Rhonda started to feel relieved, thinking they could finally calm down a little, that the nightmare was over. Little did they realize that it had just begun. Bill and Rhonda are very down-to-earth people, Neither of them had ever believed in the supernatural, the paranormal, or physical phenomena until a couple days immediately after the accident. As I mentioned earlier, this all happened in the middle of July '03, and the miserable temperatures soared above 100-degree mark. Bill and Rhonda kept their windows shut and the air conditioning on. 2 days after the accident, Bill stopped in the house in the middle of the afternoon. He and Rhonda are the only two people who live there. He unlocked the house and went inside to discover one of the front room windows mysteriously open. He didn't think much about it and shut the window, then double-checked the rest of the house to make sure no other windows were open. Bill then left and drove to the newspaper office where Rhonda was working. Bill asked why in the hell she would open the front room window in 100-degree heat with the air conditioning on. Rhonda replied that she had not opened the window and did not know what he was talking about. That evening, around 5 p.m., when they came home from work, the window was open again. Over the course of the next few weeks, they would come home to mysteriously find windows open in the house, with no logical explanation as to why. During the same period of time after the accident, Bill and Rhonda felt a very dark, dreary feeling in their home. While laying in bed watching television in the night, they said they could see dark shadows move across the ceiling in the bedroom and the upstairs hallway. They report feeling a very dark, foreboding presence occupying their home. The bedroom television shut off by itself. Their dog of 12 years, Eddie, would stand up at the foot of the bed and growl at the shadows that would move across the ceiling and walls. Eddie had never felt threatened like this before, growling at the walls and ceilings, but all three of them sensed this horrific, real presence of hell about the home. They were literally becoming scared shitless. It wasn't enough, the accident and all, let alone now this. Bill's daughter, Andrea, came home for a visit. She said while she was there, a bedroom door slammed shut by itself. It scared the shit out of her, and she left the house right away. Bill and Rhonda, even though they have never believed in the paranormal, began to think that a spirit or the spirits of the deceased family members from the freak accident followed their children into the home after they were killed, and the dead spirits were somehow trapped there, angry and haunting the hell out of them. Soon after the accident, a family member of the victims involved drove down to Hamilton from Chicago to tie up some loose ends with the local police regarding the accident. On her way out of town, she stopped by Bill and Rhonda's house to introduce herself and personally thank them for watching the children after the tragedy. Immediately after the family relative visited then left Bill and Rhonda's home, the strange and unexplained phenomena stopped as suddenly as it started. The oppressive atmosphere in their home lifted, and nothing like that has happened to them to date. Thanks for reading.
Everybody loves spending their weekend going out somewhere. So do I, but what if something creepy happens? It once happened with me and my cousin. We both just freaked out, but it wasn't a big deal to a person we met there. So the story starts like this. I live in Mumbai, India. Once, I was sitting playing video games with my younger brother. My mom and dad were deciding on going out one weekend, and so they called up my uncle and asked that if he and his family can join us. And so the very next day we left our house and went to catch up the train which led us to our destination, Marathon, a very beautiful tourist spot surrounded by mountains in India. It took the whole day to reach there. It was lovely being there, and now we had to find a hotel to stay in. The only bad thing about this place is, it being the tourist spot, has hotels far away from each other, so that if there is a hotel in front of you, the other hotel will be 1 or 2 kilometers away. Half of our day wasted in search for this hotel, but finally we found the hotel that was just right for us. Not a big one, but a cheap hotel. We then registered over there, took our keys for our rooms. We took 3 rooms on rent, 1 for my parents, 1 for my uncle and his wife, and 1 for me, my brother, and my 2 cousins. We got all of our 3 rooms on the first floor of the hotel. When our parents slept, we all kids turned on the TV and watched movies. After some time, we heard some classical music coming out of the room beside ours, and it was too loud. so loud that we weren't able to listen to the movie dialogues. Then classical music was turned off, and suddenly it started again. We all decided to go and ask the neighbors to slow a bit the volume, but it was so dark that my brother, and one of my cousins didn't go out of the room, but my other cousin was kind of fearless, so we went alone. Now, it's not like he went and never came back, but he experienced something that he will never forget. So we went to the neighbor's door. It was a little bit dark over there, and rang the bell of their room, but the bell didn't work. So he looked at the door, and he was surprised to see that the door was locked from the outside. So he looked through the keyhole, and all he saw was a green light and nothing else. And when he looked into the keyhole, the music stopped. He then returned to our room, and he told us that the room was locked, and inside there was only a green light. Now, there was no music to be heard. We slept after some time. The next day, we went down in the lobby and asked the manager if there was anybody in the room staying beside us. Why, he asked. We told him everything that happened last night, and also that my cousin saw a green light through the keyhole. He was calm, like it wasn't a big deal to him. He told us that the room was closed from the last 3 years. 3 years back, a girl committed suicide in that room who came to Marathon to participate in a singing competition held over there. No one knows why she killed herself, and she was having green eyes, so the green light my cousin saw was nothing else but the girl's eyes. She was looking my cousin through the keyhole the same time he was looking through it. The manager stated whenever he gave a room beside the haunted one on rent, he got complaints about the loud classical music being played. When me and my cousin came to know this, we freaked out, and we forced our parents to change the hotel. That was the first and last time my cousin experienced something that creepy, but I experienced a few more, and I'll share them with you eventually. It was just after 11-ish at night in the Christmas holidays. Everyone had gone to bed. Some were still up reading, though. I was feeling a bit tired, so I thought I would try to sleep. I turned off my light and laid down, but try as I might, I could not get to sleep. It got to about past, and I was still awake. It was like my body was asleep, but my mind was racing. I could hear footsteps down the hall. I thought it was my sister coming home from work. My bedroom door opened slightly. Maybe she was checking in on me, although she didn't usually do this. I then felt something on the bottom of my bed, next to my foot. My original thought was it's only the cat, but then I felt pressure on the other side of my feet. By this time, I was done convincing myself it was my sister or my cat, and was at the point of freakout. I clenched my jaw and didn't dare to move. I felt the original pressure be taken off, but quickly put back down. Only this time, it was around my knees. The same happened with the second place, and continued alternating faster and faster, until finally I felt a weight on my chest, but I didn't want to open my eyes. It felt so heavy that I couldn't breathe or move, and I had to do something. I opened my eyes and looked. Green eyes looked back at me. I couldn't help myself. I screamed as loud as I could, and my grandmother came running. My door flung open on its own, and my grandmother stopped in the cross-section of the hall in front of my room. She waited a moment and came in. I was sitting up in bed, and I felt so hot, and I asked my grandmother if I had a fever. She put her hand on my head and said, "No, your skin is ice cold." I don't think I'll ever forget those eyes, or how hot I was. When I was younger, my parents and I tended to move a lot, mainly because my mom despised staying in one place for too long. As she often said, There are simply too many things to do and see, so why settle? I was 7 when we got a job offer in Springfield, Missouri at the primary school. Of course, she jumped on the opportunity, and we said goodbye to Lebanon, packed up our few belongings, and were off. She had found a nice apartment for us. It was a 2-story, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and cozy yet spacious, with lots of children for me to play with and only 5 minutes from the school she would be teaching at. Within a week, we were settled, and Mom was pushing me outside to socialize. I was always a socially awkward child, mainly because I was shy, making it really hard for me to relate with other kids, nonetheless communicate. I hopped on my bike and started riding the sidewalks, watching for someone close to my age to play with. Oddly enough, for a sunny Saturday, there wasn't a lot of people out and about, so I headed towards a small playground that was between the 2 apartment buildings. It had a large tire swing and a slide attached to what looked like a clubhouse, so I parked my bike and started swinging. I decided to get lost in my thoughts when I heard a female voice from behind me. "Hey, mind if I swing with you?" I turned startled, toppling over the tire swing into the sand. A tall, thin girl with long, wavy brown hair, wearing a buttoned-down yellow sleeveless shirt and white capris, was staring at me, trying not to laugh. "You all right there, Jumpy?" She chuckled, extending a hand towards me. "Yeah, you just startled me," I said, brushing the sand off my back. "What's your name?" "Rebecca, but you can call me Becca. And you?" "Elena. You still want to swing?" She smiled and climbed on the tire swing, waiting for me to join her. "So are you new here? I don't think I've seen you around." "Yeah, we just settled in not long ago. How long have you lived here?" "A pretty long time, I guess." I looked at her puzzled. How could she not know? I shrugged it off and changed the subject. We talked for the longest time about anything and everything that came to mind. For the first time in a long while, I had finally found someone that I had something in common with. Maybe I've actually made a friend, I thought to myself, smiling, as I watched the little boy and his mom heading towards the playground. "You want to come to my apartment and get a drink? It's kind of hot and you can meet my mom," I said, stopping the swing. No sooner I had finished my sentence, the little boy's mom walked up and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Sweetie, who are you talking to?" I turned around and Becca was gone. I looked around to see what direction she had ran, but she was nowhere in sight. "I was talking to Becca. She's the girl that was swinging with me. Did you see the way she went?" The woman studied me and shook her head. "She's loco, Mama," laughed the little boy. I thanked her, blushing with embarrassment, and got on my bike to look for Becca, but I never saw her again, nor did I ever mention her until now. I'm not sure why she approached me, or why she was lingering around the apartment complex, but I will never forget my disappearing friend. My story took place in Colmar, France. It's a town near Germany. My grandparents were quite young during World War II and told me many stories about that town. When I was 4, my parents and my mother's parents bought a 2-story house in Colmar with a beautiful garden. My grandparents lived on the first floor, and my parents and me on the second floor. There was a basement, which was separated in 3 rooms, a storage room, a room for my father, and a laundry room, an attic, and next to the attic, a small storage room at the time. I loved the basement. I always played there or in the garden. I never was afraid of the basement, but the attic terrified me. I remember I was 4 and my mother put some boxes in the attic. I followed her and felt very uneasy. It was dark and I felt eyes on me. I looked in every direction, but I never saw anything. I was little
and I thought that there was a beast up there. Not a monster, a beast. I don't know why. Fast forward. I'm 8 years old. In the summer of 1991. I played every Saturday with a friend, Melanie. I had this genius idea of searching the house to find a secret passage. I had read a book about a girl finding a secret passage in her house, and I was sure there was one, because my house was quite old. We searched the basement, but found nothing, so we eventually went to the attic. It was such a strange place. It was L-shaped, but the left part of that place was totally dark, so we had to bring a flashlight. What I could never explain was a hole in the wall at the right corner of the attic. It was 3 feet tall and quite narrow, but by looking into it with the flashlight, one could see a room, but there was no entry, just this hole. Nobody could enter in. This room was actually behind a small storage room next to the attic. Maybe there was a passageway, but we never found any. So we were looking through this hole when I felt uneasy again. I felt something in the attic with us. I kept looking at the far end, where there was no light, and was sure that something would come at us. I saw nothing, and we went out playing in the garden. We went back to the attic. We were fearless young girls. My friend never felt anything, so I thought that I had an overactive imagination. So this time, I was looking through the hole, and my friend had the flashlight. She was standing at the far end of the attic, and suddenly, she asked me, "What's that?" I looked in the beam of the flashlight and froze. There was a young man sitting on the floor, his knees against his chest. His arms were crossed on his knees, like he was hugging himself. He turned his head towards us and smiled. We bolted out of the room and went to the storage room. My heart was pounding. I was out of breath. I first thought that it was a real live person, but he had no color. It was like a 3D dark shadow, and we never heard any footsteps. My friend refused to admit that we saw a ghost, and we never talked about it. I never saw him again, but the storage room became my room when I was a teen, and sometimes I heard strange noises. Bangings on the wall which was connected to the secret room, and scratching noises. My grandmother learned later that our house was a clandestine printing office for World War II. The owners printed slogans against the Germans, but I think there was something else in that house. I believe that the secret room was used to hide people. But forever and ever, I'm terrified of the attic. We moved out 3 years ago, but I still have nightmares. Man in a trench coat staring at me. After being considerably bored at work one day, I decided to Google ghost stories, as I've personally seen and dealt with them before, and came across this site. I love reading the stories, and it got me all jazzed up to tell mine. It probably all started when I was 14. I'm now 24. My family and I were on a week-long camping trip when my dog passed away. This dog that we had, Max was his name, was the family dog, but being at a young age when we got him, I became the closest to him. After I had learned that he died, I was so upset that my family had to cut the vacation short just to get me home. I had just moved into a room in my parents' basement, and it had no door to it. Now, where my bed was located, when looking out the door, you could see the furnace to the house. One night, I woke up and grabbed a sip of water from a water bottle I always keep beside my bed, and happened to look towards the entrance of my room. Sitting in the doorway was my dog Max. Now, since this happened so long ago, I've constantly said to myself that this was a dream only because when I started calling Max to me, I remember specifically his eyes glowing red and him then jumping on my bed and trying to attack me. That ended up scaring the bejesus out of me. After the whole dog dream, I've not seen Max since. Later, when I would wake up and roll over, I would steal a look to the door, and I would see a giant man, like a silhouette, standing in my doorframe staring at me. To me, it looked like he was wearing a huge trench coat with some sort of hat with a huge brim. The first time this happened, I was so frightened that I dared not to stare at him too long, as he would attack me like my dog. It became constant. Like every night, I would see him, and for the first while, it scared me to no ends, but I became used to it, and later, when I would see him, I would just roll over, smile, and go back to sleep. One morning, after seeing the dude in my doorway the night before, I was speaking with my parents about a bad dream I had the night before. My mom chuckled as my dad also had a nightmare the same night and told me to go ask him about it. When I asked Pops about his dream, he told me that he was dreaming about a guy who broke into the house, made his way into my sister's room, and ended up killing her. This woke him out of his sleep, and when he looked out the hallway into the kitchen, he said he actually saw someone leave my sister's room. The two rooms are right beside each other that lead into the hall that leads into the kitchen, and walk into the kitchen. He said he got up and ran to the kitchen, and when he flipped the light on, no one was there. It was then that I told him that I always see someone standing in the doorway every night, and he just told me it was the furnace. What the hell? After I turned 18, I was still seeing this guy. My friends would spend the night, and in the morning, they would explain to me how they saw a guy standing in the middle of the room, thinking it was me, and then explain what he looked like. That was when activity in the house started to pick up. My family and I would constantly see things out of the corner of our eyes. My mother one night told me about a floating person with a tiny smile on their face, waving to her. Loud, unexplained noises followed up by things. One night, it was all of our empty bottles lined up on our freezer, which I thought was hella cool. Moving unexplained. I feel like I might be dragging this on, and I have a bit more to talk about, so I think I will make a part 2 about my experiences in the future. Looking back to them, I think things only get worse for me. Nightmares with ghosts and demons. And we ended up getting the house blessed. But like I said, that will be another story. Thanks for listening and reading my story. Indonesian Black Magic. I was reading another story here about black magic, which reminds me of an incident that occurred almost 20 years ago. It's probably not as scary as other stories on here, but it's definitely odd. My family immigrated to Canada when I was 9. Years later, I was living with my mom, brother, grandma, cousin, and an Indonesian houseworker. My maternal relatives are all Chinese Indonesians. At that time, my mom was too busy to take care of us, so our aunt found a houseworker, cleaner, caretaker from Indonesia to help around. I can't remember her name. We always changed houseworkers, but let's call her Mia. She's quite an easygoing person. I was probably the only one who casually talked and joked with her the most, regardless of our status. One day, when I returned home from school, I didn't see Mia. She was usually in the kitchen or somewhere on the first floor at this hour, so I asked my grandma about it. She told me Mia was in the basement, resting in her room. Then she said, in the early afternoon, Mia suddenly came up from the basement, crying uncontrollably and trying to hug my grandma for comfort. Her hair was cut short, like really short to the point some parts of her scalp were almost exposed. It was not nicely cut either, as if someone had randomly snipped her hair strand by strand. She looked like a mess. I remember my grandma saying that Mia got snipped hair all over my grandma's clothes when Mia was hugging her. A while later, Mia calmed down and went back down to the basement for a sleep. I should note that my grandma doesn't speak Indonesian or English, so she couldn't communicate or ask what was going on. One thing for sure is, no one else was in the house except Mia and my grandma. For the next few days, Mia still cleaned around the house, but she looked really down and emotionless. I was a bit scared to talk to her. My cousin bought her a wig, and that was what she wore every day. No one else told me what really happened that day. Slowly, things went back to normal, and Mia was also returning to her usual self. I forgot how the conversation started, but she opened up the details to me about that weird incident. She was just resting in her room, and then the next thing she remembered was her hair was cut short, and her hair was everywhere. To her surprise, she was the one holding the scissors. By the time she realized it, she broke down and rushed upstairs. The rest was what my grandma told me. Then she was telling me about her life back in Indonesia. She had a boyfriend back home and had often dreamed about him, always telling her to come back to Indonesia. Her parents hate him though, and instead wanted her to marry another rich man. She doesn't like him at all, which was why she left home to work in Canada, so she could avoid him. She suspected that man probably hired someone to cast a spell on her and made her cut her own hair as a punishment for running away from him. At that time, I didn't know much about black magic or voodoo. Actually, even now I still don't know much about it. I just had an idea that it's something similar to cursing someone and causing them to have bad luck. Weeks after the incident, my mom said Mia had returned to Indonesia. I asked her why. All she said was because her contact terms had ended with us, although I really didn't believe that. My mom was probably afraid more unusual events might somehow get us all involved. Thanks for reading. Now to start with a little background, I was 5 years old at the time this occurred, living with my mom in an apartment. My parents had recently separated. The layout of the apartment was, you walk in, and to the right is the kitchen. Beside the kitchen, to the further right, is the dining area. Go forward from the door, and there's a hallway on the left, where the bathroom and my mom's room were. Go straight, and take a step down into a sunken living room. To the left of the living room looks like closet-type horizontal wooden slat doors, but those were actually the doors to my room. Moving along. That day, I was at home sick, had a terribly sore throat, and could barely speak. I had cream of tomato soup and a toasted bologna sandwich for lunch, and could not finish the sandwich, as the toast was too hard and hurt my throat. The point of me telling you this is so that you know that I remember the details of the day leading up to my experience. I digress. I spent the day with my mom and cuddled with her while we watched Young and the Restless, a movie, of course. In the middle of the night, I was woken up by the sound of the chain coming off the door and the deadbolt unlocking. I thought that it was my mom letting her boyfriend into the apartment, as he worked until late at night. I heard footsteps coming through the hall and down into the living room, stopping right outside my door. At that point, I was terrified. I didn't hear my mom talking to her boyfriend or him say anything at all, and it was completely silent. The wooden slats in my door shifted and opened, and I saw a 6-foot cartoon clown standing outside the door, looking in at me. I know it might sound funny that it was a cartoon, but I guarantee you that it was terrifying. It opened the door and came into my room. It walked over to me, standing above me in my bed. I was trying to scream, but because my throat was so sore, I couldn't make any noise. It had a teapot or something in its hand and was holding it over me and was starting to pour something onto me. I started thrashing around in my bed, trying to make it go away. It worked. It was like I hit rewind on a video, a slow rewind, but a rewind nonetheless. The clown backed out of my room, closed the door, the slats closed again. I heard the footsteps retreating through the apartment, the door open and close, and the deadbolt and chain go back on the door. I tried calling my mom, but my voice still wasn't working. I finally got up the courage to go and get my mom, and she came and slept with me. She didn't believe me, and her, along with the rest of my family, laughs hysterically and brings up my little story. I know more than anyone how ridiculous it sounds to have a cartoon clown torment you. I also know that most of you will not believe me and say that because I was a child that I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. I know what I saw, and I know it was terrifying. The Joker. I was 8 years old when my Aunt Wendy, who lived in Tennessee, gave me a porcelain Joker doll that had what looked like a red teardrop. We were getting ready for bed, and since we were staying with them, we didn't have anywhere to put it. My mom set it on the shelf in the front room. While my mom and I were lying there talking, we got the feeling that something was watching us. When we looked around, no one was in there, and everyone was asleep. My mom looked over to the Joker doll and noticed it was pointed towards us. Knowing she had faced it towards the door, my mom got up and turned it to face the wall. We laid there talking for a few minutes when we heard a scratching noise on the shelf, like something heavy was being turned around. When we looked over to the shelf, the Joker doll was pointed towards us again. Thinking it was my cousin, we went in her room to see. She was asleep. I knew this as I hit her leg, and she was never a good faker. After realizing she was asleep, we went back into the front room and laid the Joker flat on its face. Later that night, with everyone still asleep, my mom got up to use the bathroom and realized that the Joker was lying on its back. So my mom got it and put it in the bag with our clothes, and the feeling as if something was watching us left. The next morning, we got a call about a house. In the process, my mom told my dad that she wanted to get rid of the doll. My dad said no, because my aunt gave it to me. We were unloading some stuff, and my mom put the Joker doll in our hallway closet, hoping my dad wouldn't find it. Much to our dislike, my dad watched my mom put it there. My dad brought it in my bedroom and put it on my dresser. He said, "This is where I want it to stay." The feeling of being watched returned. I was lying there and glanced at my dresser to the Joker doll and noticed it had an evil smile on its face. I hollered for my mom, and when she came in, she noticed it too, so she put it in my drawer. The next morning, we were telling my dad about what happened. He was not believing in that stuff, told us to shut up, and that we were making it up. My mom decided to call my Aunt Wendy and asked her if they ever noticed anything out of the ordinary, and my aunt said yes. That was the reason they put it in the shed out back. Later that night, my dad came home from work, and we told him what my aunt had told us. Unfortunately, my aunt denied it all making my mom and I look like idiots. So again that night, my mom put it back in the dresser drawer. She went to turn the coffee pot on so Dad would have coffee the next morning and went to bed. The next day, my mom and I were sitting in the kitchen. My dad came into the kitchen holding the Joker doll and told us that he said he wanted it to stay on my dresser. Being 8 years old, I knew I had better listen to him, so I went and put it on my dresser. He then started cussing, saying that he didn't see any problem with the Joker doll, and we better keep it on my dresser. He didn't believe in stuff like that. I asked my mom if she would lie down with me, and she said yes. Still feeling an evil presence in the room, my mom said a prayer with me, and we fell asleep. The next morning, when my dad got up, he came into the room where we were and told my mom he wanted the doll out of there. My mom says that she thought he didn't believe in things like we had been telling him, yet he just now decides that he wants the doll out of the house. He began telling her that the night before, he got up to use the bathroom, stepped into my room, and the Joker doll had an evil smile on its face, and he heard an evil laugh. Now, believing us, he went in my room, got the Joker doll, and took it outside and tried to burn it. Only the clothes burnt, and the face turned black from the smoke. Then he got it out of the trash barrel and hit it with a hammer, but only part of its face chipped. Getting freaked out, he took it to the neighborhood dumpster and threw it in there. We never saw it again, and everything in my room went back to normal. A week later, I became friends with a boy in my class, and we were all over at his parents' for supper when I looked in the front room. On a shelf, there was a Joker doll, just like the one I used to have. Later, my mom asked if she could look at it, and she noticed a mark where it was made that mine didn't have, and it didn't have the red teardrop. After seeing that, my mom asked where they got it from. They told her what store, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. My mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my mom called my aunt Wendy to ask her about my doll. She told my mom the same store. Mom asked my aunt about the teardrop, and my aunt said she asked the store clerk about it, as it was the only one. The teardrop didn't look like any kind of paint, that it looked more like blood. When my dad got on the phone, he asked my aunt about it again. My aunt told him what they had experienced. They thought that it didn't have anything to do with the Joker doll, even though she said they felt an evil feeling, like someone watching them, which went away when the Joker doll was in the shed. You can choose to believe this or not, but if you don't, please don't post any rude comments. I was wondering if the reason the Joker doll was like that could have been made by someone who was really into witchcraft. Thanks for reading. Another clown? During the early 70s, when my family lived for a time in Fresno, my mom decided to divorce my dad and moved herself, me, and my little sister, Ruth, into government housing, which was not bad. I thought the little semi-detached two-story houses were cute with their wooden floors. When my dad was around, my parents would argue loudly, so I thought it was just as well they were getting a divorce, whatever that was. To my 6-year-old mind, divorce was what happened to your family when you got to a certain age, like your teeth coming in. At least that's what it seemed like. Once I fell down the stairs, maybe pushed, but I was very adventurous and was probably practicing my flying. Luckily, I didn't break my neck and was only a little bruised. Another time, I rolled off my bed and fell into my metal dollhouse. There were no lawsuits back in those days, so the manufacturers of metal dollhouses were at liberty to produce razor-sharp objects for small children to disassemble and play with. But nothing supernatural ever happened that I knew of. Then, just a few years ago, my mother mentioned the ghost her sister used to see in our house in Fresno. and I soon got the story out of my sister. This is what she says happened to her to the best of my recollection. One moonlit night, she awoke on her little bed next to my big bed. She got up, wearing her itchy, footy pajamas, and toddled down the hall to use the toilet. When she returned, there on the floor was something she had never seen before, nor has she seen since. Something that looked like a clown's head was moving back and forth around the floor. It was slightly larger than a volleyball and had a painted look, white skin, wide, grimacing reddish lips, and huge yellow, googly eyes that were rolling around in their sockets. She remembers nothing definite after that, which I have read indicates a possible nightmare in children. She says she may have run into our mom's room and jumped into her bed with her, but she's not sure. "You left me in there with that thing?" I asked her. "You were asleep," she answered. I asked her how she felt this experience affected her life. "You become very open-minded about certain things," she said. "One thing I know, Ruth was an extremely intelligent child who well knew the difference between make-believe, dreaming, and reality." Thanks for reading. Hope it wasn't too long and boring. This happened a couple of years ago. We had just moved into a new house. I was getting used to living in a different neighborhood, and it wasn't really easy. One night, my parents weren't home, so I invited my friend over. We were sitting in my room, talking about boys, when my friend said she had to go to the washroom. While she was in the washroom, I went downstairs to go get a snack for us to eat without telling her. As I went downstairs, she came out of the washroom and was stunned I was coming back upstairs. She asked, "How did you leave so quickly when I was just talking to you?" I was shocked. I told her that I had been downstairs and I didn't even talk to her while she was in the bathroom. We both were freaked out, and she told me the voice sounded exactly like mine. That night, when my parents returned home, me and my friend were getting ready to go to bed. We fell asleep at around, I would say 1:30 a.m. The next morning, I awoke and my friend left to go home. I was walking up the stairs. I had this feeling as if someone was following me. I looked back and I saw this dark thing walking behind me, and as it walked after me, its hood came out of nowhere and just became more visible. I ran to my bedroom and locked the door. I told my parents about what had happened. They didn't really believe me. So I asked my mom who had lived in this house before us, and she told me that this lady and her kids had lived here. She had this worried look on her face. I asked her what had happened, and in a light voice, she said the woman who lived here before had committed suicide in our laundry room. I was terrified. Sometime after that, I went to do my laundry when the door had slammed shut. I was scared to death. I quickly opened the door and ran out of the laundry room. After that day, I never saw anything again until I had to take care of my baby cousin with my friend. We were playing with her in the spare room when she pointed up at the ceiling and started to cry uncontrollably. I ran and got my camera. When I took a picture of where she was pointing, I could see this white, weird shaped thing. We were terrified. After that, I showed my parents the picture, and they invited the priest to bless our house. Ever since that day, I haven't seen a ghost. Thank God, peace and love. Monster in the laundry room. In September 2005, my husband, myself, our 3 children, and of course, the lovable dog, moved into our house. It is a renovated lakefront cottage built in the 1930s in a rural town of upstate New York. We were drawn to the house for its charm and the peaceful lake. But I must say that I did feel a bit uneasy when we first moved in. Within the first few weeks of living there, I experienced some strange happenings. The house is a ranch style with a partially finished basement, an unfinished laundry room, and workshop. There is also a dirt floor, crawl space that you can only access from an outside door. I still can't bring myself to go in there. One night, while carrying a basket of laundry up the basement stairs, the stairwell light flickered out. I tried the light switch at the top of the stairs a few times, but could not get it to work. I told my husband that we needed a new bulb, and when he flicked the switch, the light went on. It happened again the next night, and I made him change the bulb. Well, this flickering continued for a couple of weeks, even after the bulb changed. While this was happening, my dog was also acting bizarre. After I would get up to the top of the stairway, he wouldn't follow me up like he normally would, but instead would sit at the bottom of the stairs and bark at me as if he didn't know me, almost as if he was staring right through me. He did this every day. A short time later, I woke early one morning before my husband left for work and found the front door wide open. Now, I know that I shut and locked the door before going to bed, and when I questioned my husband about it, he denied leaving it open. I decided to mention what was going on to a coworker of mine who had some knowledge of spiritual activity, and she suggested talking to the spirits and asking them to leave. I did, and other strange noises every now and then started to appear. Everything seemed to stop after that, though. Until last night. We recently finished renovating part of the basement, which is actually ground level because of the grading of the land, and closed off 2 doors that used to give access to the basement from the outside. We made a master bedroom, a bathroom, and my 4-year-old son's bedroom. There's a door from the master that goes into the laundry room, which is in the unfinished part of the basement. Well, my son woke up in the middle of the night last night and climbed in between my husband and I. He had a hard time falling back asleep. After my husband left for work in the morning, my son and I were laying in bed, and he was staring at the open laundry room door. He said, "Mom, when I move close to you, the monster has a sad face, and a very angry one too. But when I move to Daddy's side, the monster smiles." I said, "Where is the monster?" And he replied, "Right there, in the laundry room. He has a white face and red feet, and his head is up to the ceiling. When I move next to you, he gets a mad face." I asked him if the monster talks to him, and he said, "No, but he puts his hand next to his mouth and whispers only at night." He also told me that the monster thinks this is his house. We got out of bed, and I walked towards the laundry room to take a closer look. But my son said, "No, don't go in there. He gets mad." I didn't see anything, so I asked my son to show me where the monster was, but he couldn't look. He seemed terrified. He just said, "Tell him to leave Mom. He freaks me out." We went upstairs, and my son was telling his 10-year-old sister about the monster. She asked if she could show her where he was, so we brought her down to the basement. He came running upstairs a minute later, saying, "Yep, he's still there." His sister couldn't see it. After thinking about this, and what happened when we first moved in, I then remembered that when our next door neighbor came to introduce herself, she mentioned a couple who used to live in our house several owners ago that would always argue and fight. Well, apparently the husband went missing, but that was all she had said. It all seems too coincidental now. I have a feeling it will be a long night. Laundry visitor. I'm sharing this story on behalf of my dad. This experience occurred to him almost 20 years ago, but I was at home asleep at this time in my bedroom upstairs. My dad is originally from Europe, and most of his family still reside over there. The way they lived many years ago is certainly a lot different to how we live now. The toilet was outside. They had to wash all their clothes by hand, in the river, etc. Of course, since then, many things have changed, which is great for them. It was a Saturday morning, and my dad was downstairs in the laundry, sorting out the washing. All of a sudden, from the corner of the room, he saw a white mist appear. It then turned into the apparition of his sister, who had died many years before. He told me by this point, she appeared like a real human. In a soft voice, she said to him, "Dear, look how lucky you are now to have a machine to do your washing, when I had to use my hands in the river." After that moment, she faded into a swirling mist, into a corner of the ceiling, and disappeared. Dad did not even have a chance to say anything to her. He just stood there completely shocked, but certainly not scared. After that moment, he tells me to this day, he could not believe what he had seen, and he felt very at peace with their presence there in front of him. Needless to say, he says he made himself a very strong cup of coffee after that experience. Has anyone had any experience where a loved one who has passed has gone to greet another loved one before they could get a chance to speak in such a manner and respond, before evaporating into the cold air? This all started about 2 years ago. Just like the rest of the house, the laundry room and garage has always given me the creeps. The laundry room is located in a small room in what we call the far garage. We have two-car garages, and it is located in the furthest one. This far garage has always been the epicenter for creepiness. One day, I was going out to switch the laundry from washer to dryer, and as I got there, I saw that both the washing machine and dryer lids were open mid-cycle. I just thought, okay, someone came out here looking for something and forgot to close them. I asked my mom and boyfriend if they had been out there. Both said no. Seemed kind of strange. Then, it happened again. Both lids open, mid-cycle, nothing missing. Only this time, I had been home alone the entire time the clothes had been going. This has happened to me maybe 4 or 5 times. It's not that I left them open. The washing machine's lid is located on the top, so it didn't fall open. Plus, They won't start unless the lids are shut, so I didn't forget to shut them. Nothing blatantly scary, just unsettling. I have yet one more story about the experiences I've had in my home, and it really takes the cake on full-out scariness. In another post, I will detail this event. Thanks for reading. The washing machine. Just a short story here, and it is true. I'm not a believer in ghosts, and not an easy guy to scare. But this did the trick. I'll tell you in advance that I don't have an answer to what happened, but would like to hear your thoughts. It's all true, and a major puzzle to me. Our top-loading washing machine is in the basement. It's a nice basement, not a dark, spooky place. The room has bright lights, and because it's in the basement, there is no way to enter this room from the outside of this house. Okay, here we go. At least half a dozen times in the past year, I've gone done to put the wash into the dryer after the washing time should have long elapsed. Imagine my surprise to find the wash not finished and the top cover of the lid of the washing machine up. The fact that the lid is up means that the washing cycle has not been completed. Each time, I just scratched my head and wondered how this could happen. Just the other day it happened. This time, as I went back into the washroom, I switched on the light and looked to see the top up once again. But this time, I heard something move in the room. It was the sound like a dog would make if you woke him up from sleeping and he just bounced up. And we don't have any pets. The hair on my arms went straight up as I looked around the room, but I never found anything. We saw John F. Kennedy in the early 1990s. I know that you probably won't believe my story, but it is true. My honor and dignity as a Christian is important to me. Even today, I am still frightened by what I saw that day back in the early 1990s. I live in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and was working in a retail store as a sales manager back then. The day was as usual as a summer day is, June or July, and the sun was shining bright. Inside the store, I began walking to the back of the store to go on break or to get my paperwork. I can't remember which. This store was large, and when I had walked a certain distance, it seemed like time had stood still, and nobody was around me. It was really strange. Only a good friend and fellow sales manager was near me, and then we both saw him. A man came walking forward towards us, and we just stood in awe at what we were seeing. We both knew instantly who the man was. You see, the man was President John F. Kennedy. At an age he would have been in the early 1990s, in his early 70s with gray hair. Well, you might ask, could it have been a person who resembled the late President Kennedy? No, because something about him made us know who we were seeing. The man wore ordinary clothes, but he had a massive scar down the entire left side of his skull, the very area the fatal headshot was fired and killed the president in Dallas, Texas, on November 1963. It looked as if that side of his entire skull had been blown away and reattached somehow. The scar marks were plainly visible to see. He looked right at me and continued walking until he got out of sight. My friend and I just stood there, staring at each other. I said,
"Did you just see what I saw?" And my friend replied, "Yes, but I'm sure not going to tell anybody about it." We agreed to keep quiet. I ran to find the Kennedy ghost man again, but he was gone. He simply vanished. This story is absolutely true, and I never even told my fiance about it. I keep asking myself today why the deceased President John F. Kennedy would contact me, of all people. He had always been my favorite US president, but this was truly a crazy experience. I indeed saw John F. Kennedy in some sort of purgatory spirit world, or his spirit contacting me in one form or another. John Lennon's ghost. On December 8th, 1980, former Beatle John Lennon and his wife, Yoko Ono, were just returning home to the Dakota, a luxury apartment building in Manhattan, when a deranged fan shot Lennon 5 times in the back near the entrance to the Dakota. En route to Roosevelt Hospital, John Lennon died. John Lennon was 40 years old. Lennon had an open mind when it came to the paranormal. While traveling and living at the Dakota, he reported seeing a spectral figure walking down the corridors, which he referred to as the crying lady ghost. He told his first wife, Cynthia Lennon, that if he passed away, he would contact her. In 1986, Cynthia reported that John had indeed sent her a sign. She found a dead jackdaw wrapped in old newspapers, dated 1956, behind the fireplace in her home in Cumbria. John had told her if there was life after death, he would prove it by sending her and Julian, their son, a feather as a sign. John's ghost has been seen at the Dakota on several occasions. In 1983, 3 years after Lennon's death, Joey Harrell, a musician accompanied by a writer friend, Amanda Moores, spotted Lennon near the entrance where he was shot. Moores stated she was tempted to approach Lennon and talk, but his expression dissuaded her. Harrell reported that when Lennon appeared, an eerie light surrounded him. Yoko Ono also encountered John Lennon's ghost at the Dakota. She stated that she saw him sitting at his white piano. He turned to her and said, "Don't be afraid. I am still with you." Paul McCartney described these encounters he had with Lennon's ghost. In 1995, when he, George Harrison, and Ringo Starr were singing Lennon's song Free as a Bird during a recording session, McCartney stated he felt Lennon was in the studio with him. As it turned out, this was more than just a feeling. McCartney went on to state, "There were a lot of strange going-ons in the studio, noises that shouldn't have been, and equipment doing all manner of weird things." In another encounter, McCartney said that during a photo shoot for the single, a white peacock wandered over from the neighboring farm. At the last minute, the beautiful bird made its presence known. McCartney felt it was the spirit of John Lennon hanging around as they wrapped the recording. McCartney stated to Harrison and Starr, "That's John. Spooky, eh?" After the recording, while McCartney, Harrison, and Starr listened to the single's B-side, he stated that John again was making his presence known. McCartney explained they had just put a spoof backwards recording on the end of the single for a laugh and to amuse fans. As they listened to the finished single one night in the studio, McCartney swears, as it got to the end, they heard John Lennon in the recording itself. Paul McCartney stated that he and George and Ringo, after this, knew it was John and that he was sending his approval.
This story begins when I was a child, probably about 7 years old. My mom and aunts threw a huge Halloween party for all the kids in the family. I think there were 16 of us at the time, ranging in age from probably 5 to 13. It was awesome, but the coolest part came about the time it just got really dark. We took a hayride to a cemetery a few miles down the road from my aunt and uncle's, where the party was being held. My mom told us about some of the people buried there and how some of them were not resting in peace. Typical urban legend stuff. When we got there, the adults said they wanted us to show us the grave of an old man whose ghost was seeking revenge for his wrongful death. We were all scared and excited, creeping through the cemetery in the dark towards the largest tombstone. When we were about halfway there, my dad and uncles popped up from behind the graves, wearing scary masks. The kids all screamed and ran for the wagon, while the ghosts and moms all laughed. For years, the adults retold this story, laughing over the details of our panicked faces and terrified attempts to get away. When I was a teenager, my sister and two of my cousins decided to get our moms back for this prank. Our parents got together once a month to play cards, so that October, we made sure we were around for card night. We waited until our fathers went for a beer run, which inevitably meant an hour or two at the bar. We told our moms about a legend we had heard about a sad ghost that could be seen weeping at her husband's grave when the moonlight hit. We made this story up and convinced them to take us to see it. My cousin secretly called his best friend, who had agreed to go there in a mask and hide to scare them. The prank worked perfectly, and our mothers nearly peed themselves. We all laughed hardly as we went back to our car. When we got to it, the car would not start. We laughed some more about the ghost sabotaging it and decided to walk where my cousin's friend had hidden his car. We would send our dads to get the car later, but of course, his car would not start either. We started to feel a little weird about this since neither car had problems recently. But what could we do? This was before everyone had cell phones, so we started walking towards the closest house, which was about a mile or two away. Though none of us knew them well, we knew the name of the people who lived there. As we walked up their long driveway, we started to worry because there were no cars parked by the house, and it looked pretty dark inside. We knocked anyway, but got no answer. We were about to leave, not having nearly as much fun thinking we would have to walk the long distance to the next house, when we heard voices coming from the back of the house. We went to the backyard looking for the people we heard, but it was pretty dark and nobody was around. We yelled hello a few times and identified ourselves, but got no answer. The backyard had a fair amount of trees, and suddenly large branches started falling. This scared us since there was no apparent cause. In just a few seconds, at least a dozen branches bigger than your arm fell from the 5 or 6 trees closest to us. It was utterly crazy. We all ran for it. We were around the end of the driveway. My cousin screamed and pointed towards the house. It looked like several pairs of red eyes were peering around the house at us. We ran straight back to our car and tried it again. It started no problem. We did not stop at my cousin's friend's car. We went right back to the house. Later that night, my uncle and dad and cousin took his friend back and got his car, which also started on the first try. When they drove past the house, it looked completely normal, and there was a car in the driveway. We have never been sure if the people there saw us mucking about in the graveyard and decided to prank the pranksters, or if it was something else. If it was a prank, they put it together awfully fast and never laughingly confessed. We felt too foolish to ask.
It was in 1971. I was in my late 20s. I was then staying in Rose Hill, in a different country, not married yet and staying at my folks'. One day, my dad came home with a South African couple. He met them while coming back home, and they were tourists visiting Meredith with their bags, tents, and sleeping bags. Meredith was still safe in that period, but independence was given by Great Britain in 1968, and a civil war had just come to an end a few months before. Two communities had fought for some political reasons. Anyway, my dad invited them home to sleep over for a few days. I remember the guy had a big blonde beard. He was very kind. His wife was as well, but I forgot her face. We decided to organize camping during a weekend on the west coast of Meredith. This place, which is now pretty developed, was at the time very wild with just a few houses. We went on a Saturday morning, found a nice place to put a tent, and organized the day. The South African man and his wife were very good swimmers and divers. We spent a lot of time in the sea, catching fish, crabs, some lobsters, which were getting scarce then. We don't find them anywhere by the coast, and cooked all these goodies on a small homemade barbecue set. All of us, Mom, Dad, the couple and I, really enjoyed the day. The sunset was beautiful. It was warm. We were in summer, and everything was perfect. When night came, we prepared a nice barbecue with chicken, beef, and pork, and a few shrimps we had caught earlier. The night was starry. My dad was happy and drunk, and the couple was obviously having a great time. Since we were not fluent in English, I was improving then. Communication was a bit difficult, but we could make ourselves understand with gestures and sometimes drawing on the sand. It was a great fun seeing my dad, trying to converse with them with a very limited knowledge of English. Anyway, it must have been around 9 p.m. We were all seated on the beach, watching the ocean as well as the starry sky by the campfire. It was so beautiful. Then we started to hear like a complaint. We couldn't determine the origin of the sound, but it was like a woman wailing. It was faint, but clear, since the place was wild and remote. The wailing was not constant, but would be heard from time to time. We put it on the sound of some sorts of animal, since we were not people living on the coast, thus being ignorant of animals which could be active at night. We were seated on the beach, facing the ocean, when suddenly we noticed someone coming out from the sea on our left at about 30 to 40 meters away. It looked like a woman with a long white dress just walking from the sea to the beach. We could not see her face, but could guess she had long hair. The only lights were the stars and our bonfire. She silently walked straight and disappeared from our view in the vegetation. We found this very odd. I knew it was not normal, but did not know what the others were thinking. My dad was drunk and watched the scene with a little smile on his face. I think he was lost in his thoughts. We all looked at each other and did not know what to think. I tried to check if there was a house where the woman walked to. I just stood up and walked towards the sea and looked on my left to see where she went. There was only green, bush, and trees. There were no lights or any constructions around. I was now scared because I was realizing that we must have seen a ghost. I walked back to the bonfire and sat and told everyone that I did not find any house there.
We stopped talking, and everyone kept alert. We could now hear all the little noises of the night. We heard faint crackling, like someone or an animal quietly walking on dry leaves. Then, suddenly, we heard loud flapping noises on a tree nearby. It looked like large birds, pigeons or bats, flying away. It scared us. Then my mom told me quietly she felt that something was not right, and I and she were feeling watched. The couple was looking around with their glass in their hands. Then, suddenly, something heavy fell in front of us on the beach at about 5 or 6 meters. I stood up to see what it was, but could not find anything. Everybody stood up and looked around. Nothing was found. Despite the fact that the night was clear and sweet, the atmosphere had changed, apart from my father, who was in a trip because he was too drunk. We were all scared by then. The couple talked between them, and I could not understand. They seemed quite concerned about the situation. I did not know what to do. Could we stay there, or maybe go to sleep, or maybe we had to leave? That was a pity. We were enjoying such a nice time before seeing that woman. Then, in the middle of the night, we heard this bone-chilling scream, like a woman being attacked. It seemed close to our camp. We were on our feet, with eyes about to pop out from our sockets. My heart was pounding so loud that I thought others could hear it. The couple started to pick up their stuff, and my dad followed them. Mom and I packed away everything quickly. As we were doing so, some coconuts fell and rolled on our camp as if someone had thrown them away. We were now scared to death, and no one would talk. We heard running on the beach, then in the woods, but could not see anything. We quickly put stuff in the car, and it was not easy because we did not have a big car, and we had taken time to pack things so that they could fit in when we came down. Now we had to pile up things. The worst was the barbecue. It was hot and dirty, and we did not want to leave it. I burnt myself twice while trying to put it away. While we were packing away, things were happening around us. The screams seemed to originate from different places, and there was a lot of noises going on. We all got into the car practically one upon the other with stuff on us. I decided to take the wheel because my dad was too drunk. As we moved away, we got a shock. We saw a woman dressed in white standing by the little lane, looking at us. It was bone-chilling. I stopped the car. She was standing about 4 to 5 meters away. I didn't know what to do. I was too scared to move closer to her, but it was the only way out. We waited a few minutes as she was standing there, staring at us. I heard my mom praying and the South African couple mumbling something between them. Suddenly, we heard a bang, like something hit the car behind. We all turned to see what had happened. The atmosphere was very tense, and I think my dad was becoming sober very quickly. He was now swearing. We did not see anything behind, but when I looked forward, the woman was not there anymore. But the scariest thing happened. She was now standing by my door, looking at me. I can't describe the utter fear which took hold of me then.
I released a scream. My throat was sore several days after, and pushed the gas pedal. I think everybody screamed then, but with panic, the car choked and the woman was still there, looking at us. I remember not seeing her eyes or features because it was dark. I switched on the car again and drove off as fast as I could. The poor car got shaken on the dirt road. We reached the main road, relieved and shouting. What the hell had we seen and experienced? Fortunately, Rose Hill is not far from that area we were just at. But when we reached the town, the car broke down. The fan belt of the car had broken and the engine stopped from overheating. We were in the 70s, no cell or anything like towing services available a Saturday evening. The couple and my mom walked home, which was not far. My dad and I stayed by the car. At home, Mom phoned a friend of my dad, who was not staying far, to tow away our car. We finally reached home at around 11:30 p.m., completely exhausted. My dad's friend who had helped us was invited to have coffee, and we told him what had happened. He said that we were lucky because there had been accounts of people walking to the sea, like being in a trance and never coming back, getting drowned by possession, really scary and unbelievable. Some would be hurt by objects being thrown at them. A woman apparently lost her baby while being pregnant. She was a few weeks away from delivery, but after coming to that place and seeing the ghost, she had pain in her tummy and started to bleed a few hours later. She had to go through surgery where they noted that the baby had died. These events would not always happen, but would take place randomly. The South African couple stayed 2 more days at home and left. We never heard or saw from them afterwards. I later discovered that there was a cemetery on the other side of the road. Not too close to the road, though. I never knew who that woman, ghost, was, but it seemed that regularly she would come out of the ocean and walk to the cemetery. However, in the late 80s, there was no accounts of seeing her up to today. My brothers and I have been living in our townhouse for 8 years now. Ever since I entered college and my brothers entered high school in an exclusive school in Quezon City, Philippines. Our townhouse is only a 10-minute walk away from the school, which is very convenient for us. However, because our family business is in the province, my parents have to live there, while my brothers and I live in our townhouse alone. Several incidents happened in our house, which we chose to ignore. In one instance, when my dad paid us a visit, he and my brother were in the kitchen. My brother was washing dishes, while my dad was chopping vegetables for lunch. They were both facing the wall, their heads turned away from the door leading to the washroom at the end of the kitchen. From behind them, they heard my voice say, "May I use the restroom?" My brother answered back, "What's wrong with you?" Because he was surprised I was asking permission in our own house. They both turned around and saw no one. They checked the bathroom. It was empty. They went around the house. I wasn't there. I received a call in myself from my brother that day, asking where I was. I was at work the entire time. But my brother and father were both certain it was my voice they heard. Now the second incident was more creepy, because I myself experienced it. I was leaving for work. My youngest brother was already in school, while my younger brother was in his room. I stepped out the door and stood by the front steps, locking the door with my keys. Suddenly, I heard my voice in the living room calling my brother's name. "Rap, come down here." I fumbled my keys and tried to open the door, except this time, the locks won't open. I heard my brother running down the stairs, so I went to the window to see what will happen. The living room was empty. My brother opened the door for me and asked why I was calling him. I told him it wasn't me calling him, and he couldn't believe it. After telling the story again, I left him to go to work. The third incident happened in my room, more than a year after the second incident. I woke up in the middle of the night, which always happens to me. The first thing I did is check my bedside clock, which I always check when I wake up in the middle of the night for comparison. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. At the corner of my bed is a full-length mirror, which normally faces and reflects the image of my bedroom door. After checking my clock, I checked my mirror and saw myself standing and staring at myself in a deadpan way. At first I thought I was looking at my reflection, and I even asked myself in my mind, why the hell am I sleeping standing up? But then I felt the bed, and I knew I was lying down. After a few seconds of staring at my standing reflection, I turned to the other side of the bed and decided just to ignore it. The last incident did not happen to me, but to my youngest brother, who has always been in touch with the supernatural. It happened just last year, in 2007. According to him, he woke up at 5 a.m. and took a bath for school. While getting dressed, he noticed that his reflection in the mirror was grinning at him, though he wasn't smiling at all. He got terrified and decided to go to school, though it was too early. When he was locking the door, he practically screamed when he saw his own head grinning at him from his right shoulder. He walked to school the whole time with the grinning face that looks like him on his shoulder, which he could see through his peripheral vision. On the way to school, he passed by some shops and saw his reflection still grinning at him. He noted that although his reflection looks like him exactly, the eyes were somewhat different. My brother chose to ignore the doppelganger, who stayed with him at school the whole day. A doppelganger of my classmate. It was Saturday morning. Some of our classmates, including me, were tasked to go to the school to finish our beautification project. We were done exactly at 11 a.m. All of our classmates, excluding Trisha, Karen, Ariana, and me, went home. Ariana told us to wait here at school while she will go and buy something to eat. She didn't eat any breakfast. So we agreed, and we waited for her. Since there's nothing much to do, we decided to go on ghost hunting. We went up to the second floor and began filming all around us with Trisha's phone while walking. As we passed by the library, we all felt a very cold wind around us. Trisha screamed, "Run!" Then we ran outside the gate and we saw the guard. The guard is very angry with us, and so he tells us to go home. We text Ariana to go to my place after she is done eating. At my place, we replayed the video. As the film passes by the library's glass window, we saw Karen's reflection wearing a blue t-shirt in front of Trisha. Trisha was so shocked and said, "Wait, you're at my back, right? And are you wearing a white t-shirt back there?" Karen said, "Yes. Why will I be in front? Clearly you're the one who is in front, right? And I'm still wearing the exact same white t-shirt." We tried to replay it again and again, and still the same. I really want to know what you think, because I'm still baffled by this whole situation. If anybody has any idea as to what this could be, please put it in the comments below. D is for doppelganger. As would be expected, a lot has happened since I was last on here. In due time, I'll explain my absence. But for now, I'll start with what is troubling me the most. I have been with my partner, we'll call Michael for privacy reasons, for nearly a year now, and this started happening in November of 2012. Now, before I delve into it, at all times when these sightings have occurred, he has not been on any medication, drugs, of any kind, nor had he been consuming alcohol. To better understand the story, I better give you a layout of the house. Walk through the front door, you are greeted by the dining room, with an open-plan kitchen at the end of it. Take 4 steps forward, and to your left you have the lounge, which is connected to the dining room by 2 doors which are kept open at all times. Next to the lounge is a small extension of the house, which is Michael's little sister's playroom. The playroom is separated from the dining room by a glass wall and a glass door. Keep walking straight from the front door, and to your right is a door leading to the garage and laundry room. Next to the laundry door is the hallway. The hallway is L-shaped, and the first room to your right is his mother's and sister's room. Go to the corner of the L, and you'll find the main bedroom, which his grandmother resides in. At the corner of the L, and slightly off to the right, is Michael's room, and at the very end of the L is the bathroom. Michael has been seeing my doppelganger. The appearances have been happening generally once or twice a month, and it was usually just out of the corner of his eye. My doppelganger has usually been seen in and around his room and up and down the hallway. After grilling him for details, I found out that before these sightings, he would always get a whiff of my perfume that I tend to always wear. Now, the sightings have only ever been at his house, and no one in his family has my perfume, and none of my clothing is actually at his house. Doppelganger seems to have my sense of style down to a fine art, as it has always been seen wearing my usual attire. Michael has always picked up a feeling of sadness every time he's seen my doppelganger. Now, here's where it picks up a notch. A few months back in June, I was on the phone with Michael when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and everything went dead quiet. Thinking something happened, I immediately got worried and asked what was wrong. All I got in reply was very frightened whispers. Getting slightly frustrated, I asked yet again what was wrong. Michael finally told me he was seeing my doppelganger. I then got very worried as he was very frightened. I asked Michael what happened, and he said he had been walking around the dining room table talking to me when out of the corner of his eyes, he saw someone sitting on the couch in the lounge. All his family had retired to bed for the day, so he was very surprised. As he turned to face it, he saw that it was my doppelganger, clear as day, casually sitting on the couch. Scaring the bejesus out of him, he ran into the playroom. My doppelganger then proceeded to get up from the couch, walk towards the kitchen, and, from what Michael heard, as he couldn't see at this point, get a glass of water. No glass was ever found as proof of this, by the way. As I calmed him down over the phone, I asked him if he got any vibe from the doppelganger. He said he picked up an obvious negative vibe, not in a menacing way, just down and unhappy. He also said it looked like my doppelganger was in pain. Can doppelgangers even feel pain? Now, I definitely know Michael wasn't bluffing to me, as this happened over the phone, and no one can fake the kind of fear that was in his voice. Another thing to note is the doppelganger had brown hair, whereas I have dyed my naturally brown hair blonde. That seems to be the last sighting of it he's had for a while. What happened? Help would be greatly appreciated here, as I'm going out of my mind with questions. What is this thing? What does it want? Why imitate me? No one else in his family has seen it other than Michael. Thank you for reading. Doppelgangers, oh my. I can't say I've ever seen a doppelganger. However, some of my family members have. 2010. At this time, the family members residing in our home were our oldest daughter and her husband, our youngest son, and our youngest daughter. My husband saw the first one sometime in 2010. He came home from work at midnight. I was asleep on the couch in the living room. He was on his way through our room to the bathroom to take a shower when he saw our youngest daughter sitting at my computer. He called out to her. She didn't answer or even move. He assumed she had earphones in and didn't hear him. He realized he had forgotten to grab a towel from the laundry room, so he turned around and headed that way. Our bedroom is on one end of the house. The laundry is on the opposite end. He walked down the hall, though the dining room and the kitchen were in between. Just as he was about to open the laundry room door, Em, our youngest daughter, stepped out. My husband asked if she had just been on my computer. She said no, she had been in the laundry room this entire time. We all picked at him about getting old and seeing things. That's before I did some research on doppelgangers. Shortly after my husband saw our youngest daughter's doppelganger, our youngest son saw mine. This happened about 6 o'clock on a Saturday evening. I had just finished cooking dinner and was waiting for my family to come home, except our youngest son Z, who had gone into work about an hour before. I decided to do some laundry while I waited. I always had to keep myself busy when I was home alone. I still had the notion that if I was doing something there, was less of a chance for me to encounter anything ghostly. Plus, staying busy made the time go by faster. I was in the laundry room when the door shut, when I felt or maybe heard someone come into the house. And as a side note, there's absolutely no way anyone could ever come into my house without me knowing it, whether I'm awake or asleep. When our kids were younger, they used to try to fool me. Never happened. I can feel the least change in air pressure drove them crazy. I asked, "Who is here?" Z answered me and said his new manager sent him home to shave because he had a 5 o'clock shadow. He was fussing about as he went down the hall into the bathroom. I stayed in the laundry room folding clothes. We have never kept our clothes in our bedrooms. I have a huge laundry room, so everything clothing-wise is kept there. Oddly enough, I was folding Z's clothes when I heard, "Mom, why are you putting those in my room?" I opened the laundry room door, walked out into the kitchen just as Z walked into the dining room from the hall. The look on his face frightened me. It looked as if he had just seen a ghost. I watched as all color drained from his face. I asked him if he was okay. He just stared at me. After about a minute, he snapped out of his trance. The following is what he told me. He was standing in front of the bathroom mirror shaving when he heard a shuffle. He looked up and out the door. He saw me dressed in a red robe, walking really fast, holding a stack of clothes. I entered his bedroom, so he stepped out of the bathroom to ask me what I was doing. I didn't come from the direction of the laundry room. I came from the opposite end of the house, from the other bedrooms. His is the first bedroom in the hall before you get to the bathroom. I did own a red robe at that time. However, I was fully dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Nothing red. Before that day, Z was a non-believer of the paranormal. For years he swore he still was. He refused to talk about that day. About a year ago, he and his wife bought a house built in 1940. He's now coming around to the fact that there are some things that have no other explanation. Last week, April 22nd, 2016, my oldest daughter was visiting. She and I were laying on my bed talking. I fell asleep. She got up to get a drink from the kitchen. As she was leaving my room, she saw M's, the youngest daughter, boyfriend coming from her bedroom, which is directly across from mine. She said he had a faraway look in his eyes. He was laughing as if something he and M had shared moments before was extremely funny. He walked down the hall into the bathroom and shut the door. S continued on to the kitchen. She got her drink and started back down the hall. As she was right outside of the closed bathroom door, she noticed Jay was stepping out of M's bedroom. He looked as if he was half asleep. He asked her if someone was in the bathroom, to which she replied, "You." She reached over and opened the bathroom door. It was empty. It was the vacation of a lifetime. Just my best friend Nicole and I going away to Ireland. I was very excited as we were going to stay in a famous castle, which of course had some history of its own. I believe it was Capra Castle, of something to that effect. I recalled as it was yesterday. We were in rooms number 71. We left our room to go through the courtyard to the main castle for dinner. We then proceeded to go look for this haunted bridge or something. We made a few jokes about how we were going to hang each other from the bridge. We had a bit of fun with that, hit the bar, and then went back towards our room. After returning, our luggage was messed up on the floor. We thought nothing of it. Could it have been the maid for all we know? I'm not sure. But we noticed that the dog that went around the hotel courtyard was outside of our room. Was an Irish wolfhound. So we got to bed about an hour or so after we had got back, and we locked the door, and the dog got up and went away. So it was now about 1 a.m. I was sleeping through the night, and around 3 a.m., I had a rude awakening. I started freaking out because I felt like someone was on top of me, and that I was being scratched at. I was freaking out, and I started screaming and moving around, and I was hitting Nicole, trying to wake her up. I felt that my face was bleeding and could taste the blood. I was in a state of panic. I managed to get Nicole up, and she was trying to calm me down. I was telling her I was bleeding and to get help right away. As she felt my face, she felt the blood. She was in shock. So she said she would turn on the light and call the desk for help. She reached for the phone and light, which were right by one another, and she got, as she described, brutally pushed aside, hitting her head on the floor. She reached for her pocket keychain light to search for the light. She crawled over to the light switch and came running back to the bed, where I was still feeling as if I was pinned down. She got on the bed to check on me, and I felt as if I could freely move up. So I sit up. I was feeling pinned down this whole time, hence my freaking out. She checked me for blood, and there was no sign of blood. We went to open the door and checked to see if there was any sign of forced entry into our hotel room in case it was something else. There we saw the dog walk back to the front of our door, and he laid down there. We couldn't get back to sleep after all of that. The whole thing freaked me out, and I'm not sure why exactly that did happen. Why was the dog back after the attack? Why could I taste blood and then be fine? I couldn't move, and I did not shove Nicole off the bed. It was one of the most freaky experiences ever. Did I anger a spirit and they were being spiteful? This isn't my first encounter with strange beings, just the more physical. Woodsford Castle. I've had a few weird experiences, but this is by far the scariest. Me, my sister, my parents, and my grandparents all went and stayed in a natural trust place called Woodsford Castle. It was really old-fashioned with the decapitated stags and stuff mounted on the wall along with chandeliers. In the visitor's book, there was loads of questions about whether the castle was haunted or not. The room me and my sister stayed in was the oldest room in the castle. It was always quite dark and cold in the room, even if we had the lights on, and you always got a chilled, prickly feeling when you were in there alone. Whenever I went into the room, I felt a huge urge to leave and felt like someone was trying to make me get out. One night, I went to the toilet, and as I was coming back up the stairs, I heard footsteps clicking up the steps, which sounded like high-heeled boots. This confused me a bit, but I passed it off as my imagination and walked back to the room me and my sister were staying in. When I opened the door, I saw someone standing over my sister. It wasn't any of my family because they all denied being awake at that time. I couldn't see what she looked like because she was mainly a shadow, but all I could really see was what looked like a long dress, suggesting she was a woman. As I walked into the room, there was a sudden chill, and the woman vanished. I told my mom, who is a real believer of spirits, and she said that the woman may have wanted me out of the room so she could be with my sister alone. But we don't know why she wanted my sister. We were all really scared and left a day early because we didn't feel safe. If anyone has any idea why this woman wanted my sister alone, it would be really helpful to know. Castle Leslie haunting. So I just got home from a 2-night stay at Castle Leslie in Co. Monaghan. I was aware that there was reported hauntings prior to going out, but did not want to read any stories before I went, and my wife was totally unaware of any stories relating to the castle. We stayed in Norman's room, and a series of events happened between 1 a.m. and first light, which would have been around 5 or 6 a.m.-ish. The night is in question was Monday night, Tuesday morning, the 4th and 5th of April, 2016. Firstly, we returned to the room around 12 a.m., and we both were very tired after the drive up from Wexford. I was awoken, and I could feel a presence in the room, and I could make out the figure of a man sitting in the chair, next to the bed. The hair was standing on the back of my neck, and I couldn't move. I then saw what I can only describe as a mist cloud over the right-hand side of the bed. I had a restless night of dreams. One of those was a dream of being in the bed, and others which I can't recall. It was very warm in the room, and I was too scared to move or even hang my leg outside the covers. In the morning, my wife confirmed she too had a night of vivid dreams and awoke to see a cloud of mist at the foot of my bed. No windows in the room were open. I was glad to see the morning and went to the bathroom. Our room overlooked the vast gardens and lake, and whilst looking out over the lake, it looked like a wave or wall of water around 10 feet was moving across very slowly. My wife confirmed the same, but by the time I got my camera to take the picture, it had disappeared. The following night, we told the night porter our experience, and he mentioned that there were reports of the bed being haunted and offered to move us into another room. Nothing like this has happened before, and I would say I was open-minded, yet very skeptical. We had a sound sleep on Tuesday night with the help of a different set of spirits. I can't explain what we saw, and we will return there one day, but won't be staying in Norman's room. An audible manifestation. My only ghostly experience came in the fall of 1986. I had lost most of my vision from diabetes and had entered a residential rehabilitation facility in the capital city of a southern state. Rumors had been shared among clients about odd things that occurred on the campus that encompassed an entire city block. Because many clients came to the rehabilitation facility with secondary medical complications, there had been cases of clients passing on in their dormitory rooms. Odd things had been reported, such as the elevator engaging and moving from one floor to the other, when only one person, the business officer manager, sat in his office in the administration building. More than once, he had charged out of his office into the elevator doors to see who was coming from the second floor, but the elevator was always empty when the doors slid open. That to me could be easily explained as an electrical glitch versus something paranormal. But that same office manager was in the small first floor reception area of the training hall with two men who were hired as security guards during the week-long Christmas closure. One of the guards was a regular member of maintenance and the other a part-time staff member, and both fully knowledgeable about the entire campus. The clients and all staff had departed except for these three men. They stood quietly, chatting when they all heard a sound. It sounded like someone had dragged a heavy pile of furniture across the floor, directly over their heads. They rushed to the second floor, but nothing was moved or out of place. This they could not explain. My experience took place in the hall, where my room, along with three other rooms, were located. There was a fire stairway at one end of the short hall that led either upstairs to the women's second floor dorm rooms or outdoors and into the courtyard. Double swinging doors on the other end of that hall opened into the first floor women's lounge and then either led out the courtyard or through a second set of swinging doors that led to the counseling hall. It was a Friday night and I had just finished supper. Using my white crane, I made my way out of the cafeteria, into the training hall's reception area, and down through the hall, up the short set of stairs, and through the counseling hall. I passed through the first set of swinging doors and walked across the first floor of women's lounge and through the second set of doors and into my hall. My room was the first door on the left. The hall was very short, and you needed to take only one step to cross the hall to the door directly across from mine. I removed my door key and using my left hand located the keyhole and just begun to insert the key with my right hand when I heard 5 taps on the door across the hall from my own. It sounded like someone tapped with just one finger. I straightened my position and spun on my heels, feeling somewhat foolish for not having realized that there was someone in the hall with me. I said a pleasant hello, but received no answer. I could only imagine the look on my face when no response came. Finally, and shrugging my shoulders, I turned my back to my own door. As I was again about to insert my key into the slot, a thought struck me. Knowing that it was a habit for all diabetics to be housed on the first floor in the event of needing assistance quickly for low blood sugar, I again turned to the door across from mine. My thought was that perhaps one of the two ladies sharing the room had knocked from the inside and was in need of help. I took the one step necessary to reach their door. In a loose fist, I raised my hand to knock on their door, but before I could, I again heard the 5 taps on the door, but this time there was no question that those taps came from my side of their door and that I was the only person standing in the hall. Then I heard one of the ladies in that room say, "Yes, someone is at the door. See who it is." Well, when they opened the door, there I was standing transfixed with my right hand still in the air as if to knock. When they asked what I might need, it took me a moment until I found my voice. I knew what just had happened and was trying to process what I knew had just happened, but was finding it difficult to admit that I knew in my heart what I knew, that someone or something had tapped on the door right beside me. I finally was able to explain what I had heard from inside the hall, the 2 sets of 5 taps on the door. They both said they heard the taps too. We stood there puzzled when I burst out laughing. I was still not ready to face the reality of what I had known I had heard. I said, "Oh, I know. Your guard dog was leaning against the door and scratch which caused the tapping sounds." "But," one lady said, "neither of us have a guide dog." She replicated the tapping sound exactly as we all heard it. I know those tappings came from the hall side of their door. The sound was not a foot to my right and at eye level as I stood there. Had it been a real person, we would have been all but touching shoulders. Together, we 3 ladies attempted to replicate the sound by going through the swinging doors, opening and closing the stairwell door, and even the doors leading out into the courtyard from the women's lounge. We could not replicate those tappings, no matter what we tried, and despite not having vision, I slept that night with all my room's lights on. The following Monday, as I walked to the administration building, I caught up with the director of vocational training. I asked her if, to her knowledge, anyone had ever passed on that floor. She said that yes, years before, an older woman who once occupied one of the rooms on the far right side of the women's lounge had gone to lay down after a double period of orientation and mobility, instruction for using a white cane, and had expired in her sleep. When I explained what we 3 ladies had experienced that Friday night, she made me vow that I would never share the story with other clients so as not to frighten them. I know what I heard. I know what we 3 ladies heard. I have no rational explanation except to speculate that the former, and now departed, client was visiting one of her fellow dormies in my hall.
I'm 33 years old, and I live in the Ocean Parkway section of Brooklyn in New York City. When I was 15 years old, I was living in a house not far away from where I live now. My friend Rob asked me to come visit him after school one day. It had been raining the whole day, so he decided to wait until the rain stopped before he went to his house. The rain stopped around 5 p.m., and I thought it was kind of late, so I called him and told him I decided not to go. For some reason, he was insistent, because he bought some $1,000 bike and wanted me to see it. I got there around 8:30 p.m., because I had to eat dinner and do my homework. As I was walking towards his stoop, I stopped hearing the cars passing by and all the city confusion. Everything was quiet, very unusual for Brooklyn, a place where 2 million people live, but I figured that was nothing. As I got closer to the house,
There was an odd wind that flew by me, but I didn't hear its wake. I just felt a cold, chilling sensation. Then suddenly, I saw a man who looked gray and gloomy, smoking a Guinea stinker, Brooklyn word for an old Italian man's cigar, without any smoke. I thought maybe it was one of Rob's father's friends, but I knew that was wrong when I was about to get on the stoop. The old man got up, opened the front door with the stinker still in his mouth, and he just disappeared. Even though the door was open, he still kind of passed through it. I went into the house and asked Rob who the man was, but Rob looked at me as if I was a moron and told me to stop messing around. But his mother, who was always on edge about something, had a smile on her face. She pulled me aside when Rob went to the bathroom and said that the figure was evil, and his vision had been tormenting her since she bought the house 17 years before. Maybe he had lived in the house previously and died there. I don't know. I never saw the man again, and Rob moved to Queens because his dad opened a bakery in the Bronx and wanted a closer commute. Since then, I never went to that house, and I have no reason to. From the first moment we moved into our new duplex in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, we all had an eerie feeling that something was weird about the place. It was a dark, damp, and dingy place with an incredibly cold feeling about it. No matter how hard we tried to make the place warmer, it never seemed inviting or comfortable at all. We were never able to get a phone connected, so to add to the sense of foreboding, we were also isolated from the outside of the world. Within 2 weeks of living there, I was raped in my own bedroom. Our next-door neighbor, a 60-something-year-old woman who had lived next door, informed us that our house had never been occupied for more than a year. Every tenant prior to us also had incredible tragedies occur within the first few weeks of moving in, and they soon left. My brother and I both heard children playing one night, and when we went to open our bedroom door, it would not open for nearly an hour. Thumpings on the wall, strange cold spots, and peculiar noises were all commonplace. No one in my family felt comfortable being there alone, nor did any guests who stayed over. It felt as if you were being watched by someone who hated you every moment. My mother, not to mention everyone else, especially hated the basement. There were weird marks and handprints on the walls. One day, she was going downstairs and came screaming back up them, saying that some cold, clammy hand had grabbed her upon reaching the washing machine. Lights went on and off, and the odd occurrences became so serious that we left for fear we would all die in that hellhole. The ceiling toppled in above my brother's bed. An unexplained fire, whose cause was never determined, almost killed me. My mom developed cancer, and we all were going crazy from all of these things occurring within a year. Upon moving out, we found out that 2 people had been whacked by the mob during the 60s. A young boy had died in a fire in the 40s, and they had uncovered the bodies of 2 young children buried in the basement walls sometime during the 80s. No one has stayed in that apartment since, and with good reason. Everyone who has lived there befell huge tragedies that followed them until they moved out. In 1970, my boyfriend Ray and I were living in Brooklyn, New York, in an Italian neighborhood near Park Slope. We rented a small apartment above a grocery store on 5th Avenue. There were 2 apartments on the 2nd floor, and we moved into the one facing the street. Just after moving in, I was talking to a shopkeeper who had lived in the neighborhood a long time. She told me that the building we lived in had been owned for many years by a family who ran a printing business. The business was located on the 1st floor, and the family lived upstairs. When their son grew up and married, they had the upstairs split into 2 small apartments. The son and his wife lived in the front apartment, where we now lived, and the older couple lived in a back apartment. Just a few months before, the older man had died. After his death, the family had sold the business and moved away. To Queens, I think. The neighbor I was talking to said, "Don't worry, he died in the hospital." When I looked puzzled, she explained that I probably didn't have to worry about ghosts. The thought had never crossed my mind before, but it returned quite soon. After getting settled, we went grocery shopping and explored the neighborhood a little. About a week or so after moving in, Ray and I were gone for most of a Saturday. When we returned, some things in the apartment seemed quite strange. There were dark footprints on the living room carpet, where we knew none had been when we left. We had brought dinner home, and Ray wanted to use hot sauce on his, but he couldn't find it. I couldn't find it either, which was puzzling since I remembered putting a new bottle of Red Devil hot sauce in the upper kitchen cabinet when I put the groceries away. Later, we noticed that all the clocks were set at exactly the same time, which was not the correct time. When we left the apartment, they had all been set at approximately the correct time, but each had been a couple of minutes different from the others. The stove was the kind where you could store pots and pans in one side. The next day, I went to get a pan out and found a strange little bottle right in front of the upper shelf. I knew it hadn't been there before because I would have seen it or knocked it down when I cleaned the shelf and put pots and pans on it. When I examined it, I found it was a little plastic container, like the kind you would get prescription pills in. It was very dusty. When I opened it, I found it was full of those red-hot candies we used to get when we were kids. Heart-shaped, I think. Ray and I were both a little freaked out by that. After that, there were a couple of instances in which Ray came out of the bedroom at night and found the phone off the hook, instead of sitting on the cradle as it should. It had been set directly across the cradle. Finally, I made a little speech to the ghost. I explained to him that we wished him well, but that his family had moved to Queens. There were no further odd occurrences after that. A year or so later, I was watching a show about ghosts. The host said that the ghosts sometimes take things and leave similar things in their place. I immediately thought of the red hot sauce that had disappeared and the red hot candies that had been left in their place. I hope the elderly gentleman found his family or achieved some peace. A whole bunch of weird events have been happening around my school lately. I attend the Learning Clinic, a co-ed boarding school for kids with learning, behavior, or social disorders. The only weird thing I've experienced happened yesterday. I was walking from Brooklyn Building to Overlook Building when I saw a thing, perhaps a squirrel or a bird, go darting across the road, Route 169. It moved towards me very quickly on the stone path, and I thought that I might be able to catch it as it ran by. On impulse, I stuck my foot out into its way. Upon impact with my foot, the thing, what appeared to be some kind of small animal, went shooting up my leg, made 3 circles around my chest, then zoomed up my neck and jumped, or maybe flew, off the top of my head. The Overlook driveway is a 10-foot wide barren rock path, and I searched around for the creature, or whatever it was, but couldn't find it. It then struck me how much the sensation of the thing climbing me had reminded me of receiving an electrical shock, and I was very shaken due to many recent reports of varying credulity of ghostly encounters from my fellow students. I do not believe in ghosts, and thus am hesitant to even classify my encounter with Mystery Mammal as a paranormal experience. However, some things need to be looked at for what they are, and I can honestly say what happened was certainly not an occurrence with the normal ways of things as I know it. A couple of minutes passed, and then I observed a second creature running across the street. This one I let pass, though I still couldn't get a good look at it. It looked grayish, probably a quadruped, but I couldn't discern much more than that. It ran down the length of the Overlook driveway and disappeared into a breeze field, a field behind a residential house. I sat down and waited longer, being in no hurry, and observed 2 more of the things pass. Then, realizing I was late to civics, I hurried into the building, shaken but not really upset. Throughout my life, I've experienced plenty of ghost phenomena,
and I've had direct contact with plenty of demonic spirits. I was once a preacher and wasn't afraid of demons or ghosts. I've been involved in exorcisms, whereby some of the demons, upon being expelled, made the hideous sounds upon leaving. I've never heard any animal that sounds like those demons leaving a person's soul. I've seen shadows on the wall made by demons. I myself was once possessed by a demon before I started my ministry. My wife and I have heard loud footsteps from a deceased friend from our neighborhood just dropping in to say hello. I've heard banging noises from angry spirits that vibrated my whole house. I've encountered so many hauntings, seen plenty of ghosts, and personally dealt with plenty of ghosts and demons. Each story is so haunting that I feel I could write a book about it. But I will tell you a story of my first haunting, because my first haunting is the one that scared me the most. Usually, when I verbally tell people of my first haunting, they don't believe me. In fact, it's hard to believe, but it did happen, just as I write it. I have no explanation as to how this happened, but first, please read my haunting story. My first haunting started when I was about 6 years old. I was raised at Park Place, Brooklyn, New York. I played with a particular clown doll that was most unusual in its appearance. Its face was fully painted like a clown, and its hat was long and pointed with a small ball on top, and it stood straight up. That doll was quite haunting just looking at it, especially his smile, but for some reason, that was my favorite doll. For some reason, I loved to play with that doll and nothing else. I didn't want to play with the neighborhood kids. I was a lonely child, and most of my day was spent rocking in my little red rocking chair. Usually, all day, and I would daydream, but I always had my favorite clown doll with me. My mother recently told me that she gave me the clown doll and my little red rocking chair, which would explain my fascination for the doll and my little red rocking chair because I longed to be with my mother, but I was raised by my aunt and uncle. My aunt and uncle raised me because my father was killed in a car accident when I was just 1 year old. My mother couldn't afford raising 2 children alone, so she sent my brother to North Carolina to live with her sister and brother-in-law. However, I stayed in New York with my father's sister and her husband. My aunt thought that I was missing out on my childhood by rocking in that chair and playing with the clown doll all day, but I had my reasons. I kept rocking and playing with my doll. One evening, my uncle was out all night playing cards with his friends. Usually, when my uncle was out for the night, my aunt would ask me to sleep with her, and on this particular evening, she woke me from my sleep and asked me to sleep with her. Of course, I obliged. I now believe that my aunt had seen ghosts in her bedroom and was afraid to sleep alone. My little red rocking chair was in her bedroom near the window, and there was a flower in a flower pot on the windowsill. My clown doll was sitting in the little red rocking chair, facing the window and the flowers. I was very sleepy when my aunt woke me up to sleep with her, and it took no time for me to fall back to sleep in her bed. For some reason, I was awoken around 3 o'clock that morning and heard my chair rocking by itself. My clown doll was in that chair, and as I turned my head in the direction of the rocking chair, I witnessed the most profound thing that has haunted me from that evening. My clown doll was rocking in the chair and playing with flowers on the windowsill. The moon reflection gave the most frightening silhouette image. The shadow of my doll rocking in my rocking chair and moving around like a person playing with the flowers terrified me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was not dreaming. This was real life, and I was really scared like never before. But my fears would heighten when the doll stopped rocking and turned its head in my direction. My heart stopped. My doll was looking in my direction and proceeded to get out of the rocking chair and walk in my direction. Immediately, I pulled the covers over my head and held close to my aunt with fear that I never thought possible. That night was the longest night of my life. The fear of my clown doll pulling the covers from me froze me with sweat dripping madly from my body. Thank God that my clown doll never touched the covers. What seemed like hours later, I finally fell back to sleep, of course, hugging very close to my aunt. When I woke up in the morning, I found my doll still sitting in my little red rocking chair with the most hideous smile on its face. I screamed like a baby and asked my aunt to remove the clown doll from my little red rocking chair and to please throw the doll away. I never told my aunt this story, and I never saw that doll again until about 40 years later when a coworker bought the clown doll from a website that was selling old dolls from the 50s over the internet, and a coworker bought the same doll. The doll was delivered wrapped, and he unwrapped the doll in his office. It had the same hideous smile on its face. As soon as I saw that doll, I asked my coworker to please put it away immediately and explain my childhood fears surrounding that clown doll. This is a true story. Now here's my explanation. Through my ministry years, I've been involved with many demons and angels. I've seen things move around my apartment as though someone was there moving the objects themselves. In fact, poltergeist activities have been known to throw or move items around. Therefore, mischievous spirits can make things like dolls move at their will. I have 2 incidents to tell you about. I was 9 months pregnant with my first daughter, and on the day of her birth, I experienced something that was strange. It was about 3:30 in the morning on March 22nd, 1993. I suddenly awoke with a weird feeling. I sat up from the bed and sat there a little dazed. I looked towards my closet, which did not have a door. As I looked towards the closet, I saw a black shadow, a big black mass hovering in the closet. It appeared to have wings. I stared at the closet for a while without moving. I must have dozed off, but was awoken again by some kind of feeling I had. I started having sharp pains, so I was rushed to the hospital and my daughter was born. There was a nurse there, and I tried to tell her what had happened to me, and she said something odd. She told me, "I know, dear, you must protect yourself." I asked to see that nurse to talk to her, but it seemed no nurse of that description worked on the maternity floor. I was staying at my mother's house with my daughter, and that night everyone went to bed about 11 p.m. So after I went to sleep also, about 2:45 a.m., I woke up, but I couldn't get up. I was paralyzed. The only thing I could move was my eyes. Then the fear started to set in as I started to see dark figures, dark shadows flying over my daughter's bassinet, but I couldn't get up. It was like pressure on my chest. I couldn't scream. Only in my head I could hear myself yell, "Get away from her, get away." But nothing came out. I stared praying. They just keep flying all around the room. Then all of a sudden, they were gone and the pressure I felt was lifted. I sprinted up so fast I tripped over myself. I grabbed my baby, turned on the lights, and stood up for the rest of the night. Since then, I've experienced little things through the course of my life. Thanks for reading.
I've posted here before a few years back. Since then, paranormal episodes in my life have not completely stopped, but I have not kept a journal or written about it. Today, I want to talk about what has been happening for the last 4 years, but first, a brief story of my neighborhood. I now live in Woodland Heights, the Bronx Woodland, a population of about 7,000. It's an Irish middle-class neighborhood at the very north end of the borough of the Bronx in New York City. The place is very old, interesting, and rich in history. There are some old, beautiful places here, parks, churches, and the Woodland Cemetery, which just turned 150 years old this past weekend. On August 1778, this land witnessed the massacre of the Mohican warriors, who were fighting on the side of patriots against the British. They died courageously at the hands of Colonial James Grave and his Queen Rangers. To keep this story short, the neighborhood where I have resided for the last 4 years was built directly on top of Indian battlefield and burial grounds. I first moved here a few months before my first daughter was born. Ever since, things have happened at home that defy what most believe to be logical. My place is less than half a block away from the cemetery. Ever since my family and I moved here, we always felt a presence, never threatening, but a presence. My wife feels less comfortable with it than I do.
It feels like a male presence, but I'm not sure if he has acknowledged us. It feels as if he is just doing his own thing most of the time. The first time my wife and I sensed it, or him, was in the bathroom. One of us would be in there alone, and we would surely think that the other one was on the other side of the shower curtain. Then, when the curtain was pulled, there was nobody there, and she would have asked me if I was in the bathroom when she was there. Surely, I was not. The next episode consisted of the toys of my child were turning on at nighttime by themselves and appearing in different places that I had placed them before. I know the toys were off before it went to bed. Other episodes involved my wife and I were sitting in the living room, watching TV, and we could feel sudden movement behind us. Yesterday, something dropped on the kitchen that was well placed and could not have just dropped. Sometimes I can feel him or see some blurry shadow from my peripheral view, and I let him know that I've just acknowledged him. When my wife does feel him, she asks me, "Did you just feel that or see that?" My child has felt him too. I remember a specific episode where she walked from the living room to her room by herself, said something to someone, and then came out of there running and scared. Yesterday, she and I were playing in the living room when all of a sudden she looks towards the room and stares. I did not say anything and just looked at her. Then she looked at me and asked, "Who is that in the room?" I told my wife this, and she told me that this happened to her in the past too, when the two of them were at home. In addition, the other night, I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom when I saw a figure in the doorway. I stopped on my tracks. I noticed he was not looking straight at me, but when he did, he disappeared. That is all I got for today, even though those are not the only occurrences, and I'm sure my wife does not tell me everything. I will try to keep a journal and give some more updates. Thank you. Any comments are welcome, and if you ever are in the New York City area, come by my neighborhood and explore its city. I wrote about this briefly in a prior article in 2001. To recap, we moved into 455A Sackett Street when I was 14 years old on April 1st, 1998. From the moment we moved in, something was so not right. It was an incredibly dark apartment, though we would have been thrilled because it was the first apartment we'd ever had with more than one floor. There were 3 floors, including the basement, and it was nice if you could ignore the feeling of someone standing just behind you or staring at you wherever you went. Within 2 weeks of moving in, I was raped in my own bedroom by a man from the neighborhood. An elderly woman who'd lived right next door for most of our life informed us that no one had occupied our apartment for more than a year at a time, since as long as she could remember. She also related that terrible tragedies befell of all said people, with only a few weeks of moving in, continuing through the day they moved out. Though we all had eerie feelings in the apartment, we had not noticed anything too weird. The apartment was very uninviting, cold, and damp. We tried to decorate it, warm it up a little, but nothing helped. Another thing was that no matter what we did, we could never get a phone installed. We had the phone company over about 4 times to fix the wires, but no matter what they did, we would absolutely get nothing, not even static, so we were pretty isolated. The entire time we were there, the weird happenings continued. The ceiling above my brother's bed collapsed. The only reason he wasn't hurt is because he got to use the bathroom. A fire started in my room. The fire department never determined why. If my friend hadn't stopped by and rang my bell, I would have continued sleeping. Within 5 minutes of answering the bell, my neighbor came out screaming that my room was on fire. I ran up and the entire back wall was in flames. I tried to put it out with a blanket, and unbeknownst to me, the door had closed behind me. It went from daylight to dark in 2 minutes, and I started to pass out. Thankfully, my friend ran up and opened the door, carrying me down the stairs, or I would have been literal toast. After that, my neighbor confided in us that strange things have always gone on in my building. In the 30s or 40s, a fire had killed a little boy within a month of the family moving in.
And in the 60s, a couple were whacked by the mob because of some insidious affair. There were no records because the children's records had been burned in a fire, so we couldn't get any information more than what the people said. There were other things that happened. A friend of mine coming into my apartment and seeing a little boy in burnt rags staring at her in my bathroom mirror. She ran out crying and refused to set foot in my door again. Another friend who slept over. Note, both friends were not told of our experiences, and awoke in the middle of the night swearing that she saw a woman walk into my room through the door. My brother and I heard children crying and laughing one day downstairs, and when we tried to leave my mother's room, we were locked in, even though there was no lock, for an hour before it finally opened. My mother was downstairs doing the laundry when the lights turned off in the basement, and she felt a cold, scaly hand grab her shoulder. Needless to say, my dad did the laundry after that. Weird smells, sounds, and the feeling that something or someone did not want you there. That something bad was going to happen to you, and that you were not welcome at all. We moved out a year later to the day later, as soon as we could find a new apartment. We found out some more after that. The people that moved in after us tried to renovate the basement and found the body of a little boy in the wall. They left suddenly one night not too long after and never returned. Another couple moved in and left as inexplicably as the last, and so on and so forth to this day. Since then, we met a woman whom had gone to my mother's office. She's a nurse that works in a doctor's office because of a nervous condition. My mother noticed the address on her insurance card didn't match the one listed, and the woman explained she only lived at 55A Sackett Street for a few months and had to leave because her mother had died along with various other tragedies from the first week of moving in. My mother asked if the woman ever noticed anything weird. Well, the woman explained exactly what we had gone through. Perhaps the cause of her condition? We're all fine now, happy to be out of there, and we've moved on. We still see our old neighbor once in a while, and she always says the best thing we ever did was move out of that godforsaken house. Needless to say, we agree. We've not been haunted since, and life is good. If there's one thing we learned, I'd say it was to trust our instincts. Being fortunate enough to stay in New York over the winter, I've been visiting some of our ordinary New York tourist destinations, and some not so ordinary. A few weeks ago, after learning there was a free ferry between Lower Manhattan and Staten Island, I decided to hitch a ride. Not only would it offer me the chance to get that money shot of the Statue of Liberty, but it would also enable me to check out Staten Island and say that I've been there. Unsure of what to do when arriving at Staten Island, I pulled out my phone while waiting at the ferry terminal and started researching potential attractions. One which was easily accessible on foot was the Staten Island Museum. As I happened to discover, though, there are actually two buildings called the Staten Island Museum, each run by the same organization. One is only a couple of blocks from the St. George Ferry Terminal, and the other is at the Snug Harbor Cultural Center and Botanical Gardens, around a 20-minute walk along the terrace. Unaware of this fact at the time, I was being directed by the map on my phone to the latter of those two. It didn't bother me, though. Upon arriving at Snug Harbor, I found that there was far more to see and do than I would have had the chance to experience staying within a small radius of the ferry terminal. Inside the museum, I was alone within the exhibit rooms for the most part. The only exceptions to this were in the first two rooms, where there were some professional photographers taking shots of the items on display. As I made my way around the exhibits, I consistently experienced the eerie feeling that I was being watched. I tried to chalk this down to paranoia and softly hummed some hymns to myself to calm my nerves. At one point, I was freaked out by the sound of footsteps behind me, but was relieved to learn that they were just coming from a security guard patrolling the hall between exhibits. Throughout my wanderings around the rest of Snug Harbor's grounds and gardens, the same eerie feeling continued to plague me. Despite this, I still had a fantastic time. As I walked the grounds, I ran into a museum staff member who I had met earlier, and we had a brief discussion. She was returning to the museum after going out to buy herself a cup of tea. Beautiful, yet haunting, was how I described the center's grounds to her. I couldn't have known at the time how appropriate my description would be. A few days later, I was transferring all of my photos from my stay in New York up until that point onto my computer. Friends back home had encouraged me to take lots of pictures and upload them to Facebook so that I could share my adventures with them. While sifting through the photos to decide which ones to upload, one particular shot caught my eye. It was a photo in which I had taken at the entrance to the Snug Harbor Cultural Center upon first arriving at the site. What it must have initially brushed off as lens flare or mist began to strike me as having much more of a defined shape, that of a hooded robe or cloak, to be more precise. I messaged my best friend, who was in New York with me and staying in the same apartment building. "I think I've caught an apparition on camera," I told him. My friend and I took a closer look at the photo in his room, and soon we began to also spot a face in the midst of the apparition. I've uploaded the original photo, taken with an iPhone camera. The face is positioned from the first pillar on the left of the building to the second pillar. It may be difficult to spot at first. I've some friends who have seen it who have spotted the figure and face instantly, some who have had to take a look at the photo for a while before seeing it, and some who cannot see it at all and conclude it to be paranoia. Further research on the Snug Harbor site since spotting the figure in my photo has revealed to me that the location is famously haunted by a number of spirits, which was a nice find for me, as it backed up what I had experienced there.
I had a dream the night before about driving around Vermont, a small town a few miles from where I live. I was in a car with my sister and suddenly got an agonizing pain in my head that was clouding my vision. A few seconds later, a very angry young girl was in the seat between us. She was partially burnt and could only be described as glaring at me. I felt like she was trying to tell me something, but I was in so much pain, I couldn't understand her. I woke up the next morning and kind of brushed it off. I've had dreams like this before. I ended up hearing later that day a 15-year-old girl was murdered in Vermont near an infamously haunted cemetery. She suffered a fatal blow to the head, then was set on fire, but she was only partially burned. Since then, I've had this dream 2 more times. I don't know if she was trying to reach out to me or what. I've had encounters in the past, but none quite this strong. I'm not really sure what to do. I fooled around with some voodoo not thinking that I was real, and 2 years later, something happened. For 3 nights I was visited by what I thought was a young girl in need of help. The first night, wild hallucinations, regular faces turning into creatures, a guy hanging himself from a chandelier, sexually explicit acts, etc. The second night, motion picture of the girl's ordeal of parting with 2 men, or who raped and beat her to death. No sound, but color, motion picture style. The third night she manifests with another little girl and points to the ceiling to reveal a slideshow of family photos. She never spoke except what I believe heard coming from my husband's snore. Mama. Yes, my husband was in a deep sleep all 3 nights while I was talking aloud. I was so tired from being up for 3 nights that I began to hear voices in my head, and I realized that there was more than one presence in the house. We set up a video camera and went to the hotel. I was completely freaked out when I realized that in my dreams, the presence was still with me. Still, there was no sound, but each one introduced themselves. When the one girl told me I hate you, they allowed me to sleep maybe 3 hours that evening, with frequent interruptions of singing through the air vents at the motel. Go back to sleep, sleep, go back to sleep. They said they knew about the video camera and that I was going to get the investigators. When I returned home, I had my husband sleep on one side and my son on the other. Since I had been up for 4 days now with only 3 hours sleep, I was catching a cold and was having coughing fits. I was mocked,
It was 12 a.m., and I told my son to drive me to my grandmother's house, and that I didn't know why, but I knew that if I stayed, something bad was going to happen to me. My husband said that just 20 minutes after we left, we had to get up to go see about a loud crash we heard in the kitchen. He said it turned out to be nothing, and he slept that night. During the 40-minute drive to my grandmother's house, I felt like something was in the back seat, and the whole way, I kept saying the Lord's Prayer. After the first 15 minutes, the feeling was gone. My grandmother is a Southern Baptist. Nothing bothered me there, but I was a mess, and my whole family rallied to get me help. I went to 3 doctors who all found nothing physically wrong with me. I ended up with sleeping pills. After a week, my grandmother said that I needed to go home. A Catholic priest blessed our house, but I was still afraid and always felt a presence. My father and his wife visited a week after that and stayed in our room. She is Catholic, and she also heard a person walk down the hallway and stand at the bedroom door several times that evening, but she said a rosary and it stopped. Around 1 a.m. that same evening downstairs where my husband, my son, and I slept, my son and I both had dreams. In my son's dream, a dark shadow was walking down our stairs, carrying a wine bottle. In my dream, someone unearthed the voodoo doll that I buried 2 years ago by the pond I have in my backyard. That day, my father and his wife were putting a puzzle together in our living room, so I decided to go on the computer to check email. I began to answer someone on the message board at some paranormal site, and there was a loud thump on the wall behind the computer, and then a forced. I was resting my leg up on the table, and it was as if something was pushing the whole table against my leg. I checked with everyone in the house, and everyone thought somebody dropped something heavy or something. I went out to the deck later to smoke, and my dog was sniffing the chair directly across from me, and then cowered away. That was the week of April 8th. Since then, I pray, and I pray. I keep a white candle burning the whole time I am at home, and I have crosses in every room. I don't stay home unless she is here. I don't work, so I just drive around. Basically, I have no life, and our house is now up for sale. I've done everything the paranormal website said. Brooms, hazelnuts, dirt to cemetery, everything. Things are getting better, but I know it is still there. There are still rapings here and there. My computer acts up. The dog acts funny. And just last night, I had more sex dreams. What am I dealing with? How do I undo what I have done? Do they want me, or have I just opened up a portal here at the house? Will moving help? Please help me. My husband and son do not get it, and this subject sometimes causes arguments. My husband, who supposedly loves me, sometimes gets cruel with me by teasing me about the boogeyman. This hurts me because he just does not get it. I guess nobody does, but that dark side is frightening. I don't want any part of it, and I never want to go there. I just want my life back. My mother says I need to do whatever is best for me, even if it means leaving my family and moving out on my own. That seems to be my only alternative now. I'm in touch with my Irish heritage, and I recently found out just how in touch I really was. I started having these dreams every night for a week straight about a banshee. I thought someone in my family was going to die. I was very worried. I called around desperately trying to find out who was very sick, but I couldn't find anyone in my family who appeared to be sick or very old. I told my husband and my mother about my dreams, who know that I have premonitions in my dreams anyway, but never dreams about death. 2 nights before my dreams ended, my neighbor, who is Irish as well, came to my home and told me her husband is in the hospital. He had a heart attack that day. She was getting some clothes and stopped by so we could pray for him. That's when the dreams and the reality started to clash together. I didn't want to let her know what I already knew, so I hugged her and told her I would pray for him. The night my dreams stopped, my neighbor's husband passed away. I've had more dreams about death since. I wasn't surprised when I heard of instances of huge tragedies in the past on the news, because I predicted those as well. But I don't think there's anything I can do if I tried to even prevent it. Is that even possible? I'm dumbstruck on how to work on my sixth sense, and I won't be able to do something to help rather than just know. My father passed away on September 23rd, 1998. I was not particularly close to him as he tended to push everyone away. I loved him dearly though. He was dying slowly of emphysema, and my siblings and I had been called to the hospital several times to say goodbye to him, only to find that he was fine the next day. So when my brother called me one morning to say he passed away, it was a shock. I had asked Dad for a favor one day, kind of in jest, but partly seriously too. I asked him to let me know somehow if he could, if he was still around after he died. He promised he would. Two things happened after he died. The evening of his funeral, my family and I saw the most beautiful exhibition of the Northern Lights ever seen in Wisconsin. We stared at the beautiful sight for quite a long time, and I thought I saw a pattern of an angel in it. I didn't say anything because I thought I was the only one who saw this, but then one of the neighbors spoke up that she saw the angel pattern too. Then everyone else was pointing out the angel pattern. The display of lights went on for hours, and my daughters laid on the grass that night watching it. I suspected it was Dad, telling me he was still there. Then, about a year after he died, I began having dreams where I would see Dad, just grinning at me off in the parameters of the dream. I had this happen for about a month. Then one night, he appeared in a dream and was sitting right in front of me, smiling like he always did. His mouth was moving, but no words were coming out, that I could hear at least. I began crying in my dream and woke up crying and knowing without a doubt that my dad had come to visit me. He left messages that were special to me, my mother, and several of my brothers which I promptly passed on. These messages gave my family comfort and peace. I've not dreamed about Dad since that time. I truly believe that he came to let me know he is still with us because I asked him to. Thank you, Dad. The encounter that I had was not only involving myself, but at the time, 5-year-old cousin. My family has always been very close. Many things float throughout our family that involve spirituality. For instance, my mother, her aunt, her grandmother, and myself all share the ability to have dreams and thoughts that come true. I've encountered feelings or senses so overwhelming that I've had to go to bed and stay there for fear of something happening, which it usually does. Sometimes this can be a very painful gift. Until this incident, I thought it was just that our family was so close that we'd sort of developed a sixth sense about each other, or we were tuned in with the more spiritual side of our world. I'd always thought it was passed on to the second child of each generation until my then 5-year-old cousin encountered her first contact. My uncle had just bought a new house and was well on his way to accomplishing the American dream. He had a loving wife, a 5-year-old daughter who was very smart, and had a job that he enjoyed, and now their first house. But after a while, things did not seem so perfect. The electricity seemed to be bad and fuses would blow quite often. The sewer began backing up, and a cool draft made for a very noisy house. My uncle worked and worked until everything seemed to be fixed, and that is where the story really begins. My cousin sleeps with her mother and for some reason wasn't used to her new bed, so she slept with her mother. In her mother's bedroom there are 2 other doors. One leads to a very large walk-in closet, the other to a small bedroom that has a stand-up shower among other bathroom fixtures. For some reason the bathroom always stayed real cool, no matter how high the heat was. My aunt always slept with the door open to the bathroom in case my cousin needed to use it, or just for a little light to shine in the bedroom so Emily could sleep better. One night Emily woke her mom. She was standing up in the bed, shaking, and as white as a ghost, with a horrified look on her face, just staring at the bathroom. My aunt tried to get her attention, but Emily just kept on staring. Finally, my aunt got out of the bed and turned the light on, at which time Emily finally responded by asking, "Did you see her?" Her mother asked who, and Emily went into great detail describing a young girl in a red coat. She explained that it looked like a soft coat and that the girl had long, shiny hair. The description was very detailed, like she knew her, and things that a normal 5-year-old wouldn't notice. My aunt, a little freaked out, dismissed the occurrence to her as a dream, but took it very seriously. As my aunt drifted back to sleep, she had noticed her clock had been reset, and it stopped around 1 o'clock. The next couple of nights, the same thing happened, and they kept happening until my aunt finally closed the bathroom off, so it was not used anymore. But things didn't stop there. During the summer, I became a live-in nanny for my uncle. I watched my cousin late at night while they worked and slept in a spare bedroom. One night, I was awakened by the presence of 3 beings standing beside my bed. They weren't mean, but nevertheless I was scared. The next morning I woke up and felt extremely good and well rested. Later, during the summer I was awakened up again by another presence in the room, but this time was not a very friendly vibe I received. That spirit was overtaken by an older spirit that had entered the room and turned the recliner across from my bed into an old-fashioned rocking chair. This older spirit began rocking and humming. At this point, I felt very safe and fell back to sleep. Since then, my cousin has slept with her mom, and I've moved in with them. The lights flicker and the electricity in my room does not work at all regardless of what we do to it, but nothing major has happened in a long time. I'm just thinking that now the spirits know we are part of the house, but we still don't use the back bathroom. I was sleeping in my bed and was having a mild bad dream. The content of the dream, though, I can recall perfectly, doesn't really matter. It was a rather silly and incoherent dream, and though the end was nightmarish, it wasn't exactly horror story material. Somehow during the dream, I knew it was a dream. I'm no stranger to bad dreams, and very often I would try to struggle my way out of them. So I struggled to wake up from it. Suddenly, my vision shifted, and I could see the corner of my room, so I knew I was being awake. But that's not all I saw. I also saw a faint profile of an elderly Caucasian man. I'm of Chinese descent, probably wearing glasses, standing next to my bed with an apprehensive look to his face. He appears to be clothed in white. The vision was very faint, and I could not really make out the exact features of his face, but I'm rather sure I do not know this man personally and have never even met him before. I immediately thought he was a spirit, and though I could not move at all at the time, I struggled yet harder to wake up. As I regained control of my body and my vision became less blurred, I also saw an expression of awe on his face. As he vanished, I could literally feel the vibrations of an external force, possibly the very same which paralyzed my body, crumbling down. Shaken by just what happened, and unsure about the nature of his intentions, I calmly and slowly said, "I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. I don't have anything to do with you, so please leave." I've had many experiences of being paralyzed during sleep, and though I sometimes suspect it's spirit-related, this is by far the most explicit case and the closest thing to an encounter I've had. I'm Buddhist, and as such, I do believe in spirits, and yet I can also honestly say that I do not fear them. I'm just perplexed by his intentions. On one side, I fear that he was trying to prey on me during my most vulnerable time. Chinese people believe that, during one's depression or nightmares, he or she is most vulnerable to ghosts and spirits. Yet on the other hand, because of his seemingly benevolent appearance, curiously, his appearance reminds me of a Catholic priest. I also suspect he was trying to rescue me from my nightmare. I live in a newly built townhouse in the suburbs that has no previous owner, and as far as I know, the land on which it is built had never been home to another residence. As the days go by, I'm becoming more and more inclined to brush off the incident as simply my own hallucination, but the image of this creature, the look on his barely visible face, is still very real to me. On October 2nd, 2004, I gave birth to my daughter who passed away 18 minutes after she was born. The whole time while she was alive, I kept saying to her, "Come on, baby, breathe for mama, cry, do something for mama." But unfortunately, she didn't because of her condition. That night in the hospital, I was having a hard time sleeping. When I finally dozed off, I saw an image in my dreams of my grandfather who had passed when I was 6, both of my great-grandmothers who had passed a few years back, and both my great-grandfathers who passed away before I was born. All I had seen of them were pictures. They were holding Peyton, my daughter, smiling and waving, letting me know she was in good hands. That's not even the weird part. When I finally got back home in Wyoming, I was in my apartment in my bed sleeping. My boyfriend at the time and I got a 2-bedroom apartment and fixed her room up just for her. That night I was sleeping and awoke to my baby crying in the other room. I ran to her room and had forgotten that she had passed away. I broke down crying and held on to her teddy bear that I had bought for her. As I was crying, I felt the tiniest little lips kiss my cheek. It was so cold. I knew that it was her telling me that if she could, she would have cried for me at the hospital. Every once in a while, I'll have dreams of her, letting me know that she is still okay. I've heard a lot of ghost spirit encounters by my friends, but I was not completely convinced. But then I had my encounter. It happened to me in my room as I was sleeping. Around 2 to 3 a.m., I suddenly felt my arms go numb, and I felt like something was pulling from the top of me. I was lying on my back. I opened my eyes and saw a figure with long hair and white clothing, but without a face. Within a second, the figure disappeared in front of my eyes. I was shocked for a few minutes. At first, it felt like I was dreaming, but it was so real. I couldn't sleep after that, and I started to say the Lord's Prayer for about 15 minutes, and I finally dozed off. I never told anyone about this experience except one of my friends. This friend of mine has the ability to see spirits, and he communicates with them all of the time. He said he was sure that what I saw wasn't a dream, as he felt like he was dreaming too every time he encountered such situations. I really couldn't understand this, as I have an altar and crosses around the house. I welcome feedback. This happened about 15 years ago, and is something that has puzzled both myself and my 2 friends who witnessed what we saw to this day. It was on my 10th or 11th birthday, and it was late August. I live in a normal suburban development just outside of Buffalo, New York. Before I tell the story, please, if anyone reading this has any idea of what it was we saw, please reach out, because I have no clue to this day what or whom we saw. Like I said, it was either my 10th or 11th birthday. It was late at night, and the summer was just about over. My 2 friends and I were out on my driveway playing around, while our parents hung out inside. Adjacent to my house is another house that has a small creek, with a guardrail bridge that essentially almost faces my house. While we were playing, all 3 of us stopped, as we heard and saw a woman making loud, frustrated sounds and almost stomping her feet, walking across the street from the creek or bridge. She had red curly hair, and was dressed not of this time at all. She wore a robe that looked to be black, with a rope around it, and from what I can remember, her outfit seemed plaid, but again, unlike anything I had seen anyone wearing, even in the late 90s when dressing gothic was at an all-time high. This kind of freaked us out, so we ran into my garage. Not even 10 seconds later, mind you, we decided that she was just a girl and it was nothing to be afraid of. So we mustered up some courage, grabbed a hockey stick and came back outside. When I say back outside, we stayed in the corner of my garage and peered out to where she was stomping around across the street. She was gone, and a late fog had suddenly arrived, mainly around where we last saw her in the bridge across the street. Then all 3 of the pits of our stomachs dropped, and we knew without seeing her exactly where she was. When we did look, she was now fully cloaked standing on the bridge, staring down into the water. Then one of us whispered something to the other, and I swear she had to have heard it, because as we spoke, she looked up slowly and turned, looking right at us and into us. We couldn't see her anymore. It was just a cloaked, shadowy figure at this point. Needless to say, this felt like a horror movie, and we ran as fast as we could into my house, closing the garage door and telling our parents who, naturally, didn't believe us. Since that day, a lot of weird things have happened, and honestly, the 3 of us have never been the same. If anyone knows anything of what that might have been, please reach out. I've avoided knowing for a long time, and I just can't avoid it any longer. Any help would be appreciated. This happened over the summer a few years back, when my brother invited my cousin and me to join him and his girlfriend to join them for a week-long vacation around Texas. We didn't go to Travel Channel destination sites, mind you. It was just a trip head to Six Flags over Texas, and then off to Austin and San Antonio. Honestly, the overall trip was so much fun, but the first night would be the one that changed my perspective of hotel rooms forever. We left on a Wednesday morning at around 6 a.m. We planned to head to Dallas and sightsee for a little bit before making our way to Arlington and checking into our hotel. I'm from South Texas, so the drive is about a good 8 hours or so. Also, Texans measure the distance from city to city by how long it takes to get there than actually noting the miles between them. Anyway, everything went well day one, and we had a lot of fun in Dallas. We headed to the hotel around 5 p.m., and once we got there, we checked in and unpacked our bags. Honestly, nothing felt weird about the room, and my cousin and I were pretty comfortable. Sometimes people will tell you that you can feel a presence, and usually it's when the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. After we unpacked, we hung out in our room for about an hour before heading back down to the lobby to grab dinner. We got back to the hotel a few hours later, absolutely stuffed. Our room was on the 3rd floor, so we made our way up and set a plan on what to do at the amusement park. So around 11 p.m., I decided it was time to shower before heading to bed and did so. My cousin was already passed out, but I stayed up watching Knocked Up on TV. After my shower, I jumped in bed, fairly content with the progression of the day and looking forward to the following morning. Except, something else had other plans in mind. As I lay in bed, my body was closer to the window in the room and my head on one half of the pillow. My eyes were closed and I was trying to lose myself in thought so I could fall asleep. A few minutes into that, I felt a tapping on the other half of the pillow. I thought it was my cousin at first, but then I realized my cousin was still snoring. I panicked but didn't move. I felt and heard the taps on the pillow again, and this time I was in full-on "this can't be happening again" mode. I mustered some courage and pulled the blanket over me so I can begin to process what was going on. As I laid there waiting, I started hearing footsteps walking at the foot of our beds. Then the ceiling fan turned on and started rotating. I was terrified at this point. I thought I started feeling the bed itself starting to shake, but after calming myself down, I realized it was me. I was trembling in fear. I slowed my breathing down and recomposed myself and continued to listen. My cousin was still snoring. The footsteps continued pacing back and forth, and then I heard the restroom light and vent come on. Then the toilet flushed once. The light and vent turned off. They turned on again a few seconds later. The toilet flushed again. It continued like this for what felt like an eternity. Every part of me wanted to jump out of bed and leave the room, but I didn't. I don't know why I stayed, but I just did, eventually falling asleep. I was woken up in the morning and I was extremely tired. I don't know how long I was up that night, but I know it was for several hours. As soon as I woke up, it was the first thing I wanted to get off my chest. I recounted the story to my cousin, my brother and his girlfriend, and they didn't know what to say. My cousin didn't hear a thing and slept through it all. My brother and his girlfriend had no problems on their end either. To this day, I hate staying in hotel rooms, but I do it anyway. Only difference is now I go in, say a prayer, and ask any visitors to vacate for the night. So far so good, but definitely one of those things I'll always remember. It was Thanksgiving, as I rode home from my sister's house in San Fernando Valley. The streets at night in Los Angeles are normally pretty barren, but since it was a holiday weekend, I felt like I was pedaling through a ghost town. I was 22 at the time and sharing a one-bedroom apartment in Van Nuys. My roommate was out of town, so I was preparing myself for a quiet night. No crazy girlfriends nor any of my alcoholic friends would be banging on my door tonight, so as I made my way down the boulevard, a smile of relief spread across my face. When I finally reached my building, though, this was far from peaceful as the night progressed. There was an older lady standing outside my building. She was alone and dressed in a fur coat with a matching hat. She looked out of place. I don't know if it was her apparel or how she was just standing there staring off into space, but something was off. There was also a large stack of books and boxes with her, as if she was moving or something. And when I passed her on my mountain bike, goosebumps shot up my arms and back. There was a liquor store next to my apartment complex, so I figured a beer was in order. It must have took me less than a minute to make my purchase, and when I came back outside, she was gone. Weird, I mumbled to myself, so I shrugged it off and made my way to my humble abode. As soon as I entered my apartment, though, red flags shot up. It was strangely chilly in my place. It was almost winter, but this apartment never had gotten cold before. It had always remained an even 70 degrees all year round, but on this night it felt like it was in the low 40s. The cold was coming from a corner of the living room, and as I walked by it, baffled, something grabbed me. It squeezed the lower side of my back. I swung around with my fists up, but the only thing there was the cold. So, I just sat down and opened my beer. What to do, right? A few minutes had passed and the cold remained. It felt like I was having a stare down with something I couldn't see. So out of nowhere, I blurted out, "Get out of my house!" And sure enough, that's all it took. The temperature began to rise to its normal 70, and after that, I never had any other visitors from the land of the dead. Crazy girlfriends and drunk friends excluded, of course. The house was on Kenton Street, and my family had lived there since I was 2 years old. The white elephant still stands, and has gone through many changes since my father lost a house sometime in the 1980s. There are some very interesting stories that center around that house. The earliest one, my first encounter with a spirit, took place when I was 5 and my sister was 3. My mother and father were divorced. A judge declared my father unfit to raise my sister and I, so our father received custody. All 3 of us slept mainly downstairs in the living room on the 2 couches. Our bed was against the side window. That night, my sister and I just received a little spanking because we were not going to sleep. My sister cried herself to sleep, and I was awake and staring out the window. If you looked out that window, you would see a line of bushes, broken only by a very large maple tree. The bushes had been planted many years ago as the property line. As I stared out the window that night, the maple tree and the bushes seemed to fade away, and there stood a young girl with an updo and a red dress with white spots. She was gesturing with her hands, and she seemed to be trying to tell me something. I could not hear her, and finally she faded away, and the tree and the bushes reappeared. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I told my father about what I had seen. He never laughed at me. He listened to my story, and at some point, he did some investigation into the past. He even told me what he had found out. The following was told to me by him, and the 2 of us were in our right minds. Though it may sound like an urban legend, it's not. My father had bought the house from a Springfield police officer, whose last name I believe was Miller. Officer Miller had purchased the house from a German couple. The German couple had no longer wanted to live in the house because of the death of their only child, a daughter. My father had stated that the girl had been out late at night with her boyfriend, that the vehicle they were in broke down on the railroad tracks and a train had made impact. She was wearing a white dress that had been covered with her blood. Even after all these years, I never checked that story in the microfilm of the Springfield News and Sun at the Warder Public Library, but for many years after that visit in 1966, I'd seen and heard many things in that house. I think the German lass had made her presence known with laughter from upstairs, whistling, humming, singing, and whispering. The first time I even realized that the old auditorium of our school was haunted was during a fall play near the beginning of November. Before I can account to you the details of these encounters, I must explain a few things. I can see auras. An aura is kind of a light that forms around anything living, once living, or in contact with something living. In the case of something living, it contains an array of colors that correspond with the emotions one is feeling. In the case of unliving things, like objects or spirits, it is a faint white glow, and in the case of bad things, it is a strong blackness that can even be seen in the dark. My eyes are now trained to see auras, only when I want to, so during the play, I looked out to the set with no distracting colors. Seated to my right was my mate, A. I shall call him as I do not want to post real names. T was to my left, and P was sitting in front and one seat over from me. I was decidedly enjoying Dracula's Widow when a scene came where a small mirror hanging on the set wall was knocked down in accordance to the play's script. I could feel a sudden tension about me. Then A said to me in a low voice, "I want you to look around the room and tell me if you see the aura of someone other than our classmates." At his implications, I looked around, focusing my eyes on the level that auras appear on. First, looking to the right of our group, I saw a slender aura of a spirit in the second top row of seats. 5 rows below that, I saw a larger one. By now, P had seen what I was doing and informed me that he had also felt a disturbance. P was an empath. I then looked to my left, and to my horror, saw the darkest aura I have never encountered sitting right next to T. Then it moved and was gone. My eyes could still see a wave in the air where it was. It was keeping me from seeing it. For some reason, this frightened me even more. The play had only a few more moments to go, and I whispered to my 3 companions of what I had seen. A protectively moved closer to me, not only because I was his mate, but also because I was the only girl in our group, so I was considered by the men more vulnerable. So we waited out the play to the end. After it was done, we hurriedly rose from our seats and walked to the exit. Turning back, I saw the black aura again. It was following us. I told my friends and we quickened our pace, hoping that the spirit would be gone as soon as we left the school. As we entered the courtyard, I turned back. It was right behind us. We ran the rest of the way to A's car, and he drove each of us home. All the way home, I felt a disturbing cold enshrouding me and an unusual prickling down my body. A few weeks later, ATM, another friend of mine who was the head of a paranormal investigations team, and I went back into the auditorium. It was dark and deserted. M had brought a digital camera and a specially designed audio voice recorder. I opened my eyes and scanned the room. The same 2 white auras that were in there during the play were still there. At first I could not see as to what we referred to as the other. M took pictures of where I said the spirits were and showed all of us the odd white circles on the screen. Those circles would be the heads, as that was the strongest part of the aura. I was not worried until M started doing something that no one should do. He started taunting the spirits. Then I saw it. The other was sitting in a seat right in front of us. I tried to warn M, but he demanded a reaction from the spirit that he could see. I saw the horrible dark aura rise and draw near. Then I looked at M as he fell back onto the floor hard. T helped him up, and I looked up to see the other still progressing towards us. We hurried from the auditorium. We have not been in there because the principal keeps it locked during school hours because someone told him we were in there. But M is working on getting us back in with more equipment. It makes me frown that there's such a horrible thing right in my high school. Our family, from my mother on down, has always had a sensitivity for the paranormal. Now it was my son's turn, a confirmed non-believer. He had taken a temporary job a few buildings down from the Essex Stream train. It was his duty to work alone in the basement, sorting box files and setting them up systematically in filing cabinets. It was going to be a long haul. The first day, however, he noticed a ball of white light hovering in midair. Skeptic that he was, he called his dad, the scientist. They discussed all possible things that could cause such a phenomenon. Light from a window or reflection, but nothing explained it. It seemed to have a life of its own. Next thing was to ask Mom, "Wow, you've got yourself an orb, which is the first stage in the manifestation of a spirit," I said. He was less than impressed and shrugged it off. The orb continued to show up daily for about a week at different times, on and off, when he least expected it in different parts of the room. Then one day, it didn't appear. Instead of black, shadowy figure came out of the wall in front of him and hovered in space. This sent him flying up the stairs to the receptionist. "What's with you? "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. As he caught his breath, he replied, "No, don't mind me. I was just wondering how old this house is." "Oh, it dates back to the early 1900s, she answered. "Has anything strange ever happened around here?" He pressed on. "Why? Did you see or hear anything strange in the basement?" she inquired. "Maybe," he nervously replied. She went on to tell how, according to historical records in town, back when the house was new, a couple owned the home. Somehow or another, the man ended up either falling or being pushed down the stairs, resulting in his death. It's been reputed as being haunted ever since. We constantly have doors mysteriously opening and closing, things being moved, and our office's machines turn on and off on their own. And as far as the basement is concerned, no one likes it down there. We've had so much trouble keeping temps. I hope we're not going to lose you too, she told him. No, he replied. I don't believe in that stuff. He then went back downstairs, still a little bit unnerved by the whole experience. He called me to keep his mind off of his new friend. I said, way cool, a shadowy apparition. You've got yourself a ghost. He was less than thrilled. This thing kept coming back and was making him very nervous. I told him, as long as you plan to stay with the job, you might as well get used to it and remember ghosts used to be people. Talk to him. He might not be able to talk back, but I'm sure he'll appreciate the company. Soon Bryant stopped complaining about it. I wasn't sure if the ghost was gone or if he had grown accustomed to him. By chance, I landed a temp position across the street. I walked over to meet him and they directed me downstairs. The office was extremely hot that day, but you could feel the temperature drop as soon as you hit the stairs. When I got to the bottom, Brian took one look at me and blew his top. What are you doing down here? I'm here to go to lunch with you. But I admit, I was curious about my impressions of the basement, which indeed, I could feel a strong presence. With that, Bryant chided me saying, you're just trying to exploit him. Maybe those two are getting too friendly. A few days later, he called me excitedly. Mom, I just walked to the back of the building to get some boxes. I turned around and saw someone come down the stairs, then began walking towards me. It was an older man. I didn't recognize him. He was dressed sort of strange. He then stopped, turned, and disappeared into the wall. When I heard this, I admit I was outright jealous. Wow, a full-body apparition. Now that's rare. Your ghost must really like you. When he told his father about it, it made a believer even out of him. So it looks like my mother's and my genes for sensitivity for the paranormal have been passed down to yet another generation. Atheist and believer in ghosts. I just don't get it.
Hey guys, so just want to let you guys know that this isn't part of the schedule. This is just a regular video that I helped upload. Obviously, yeah, I'm going to help because that's what I'm doing. Anyway, guys, hope you enjoyed the compilation. There will be a new video tomorrow as well. At least I'm planning on it. But this is just an extra video, so enjoy it. Leave a like and subscribe, guys. Love you, and see you in the next video.